Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. My weird, I guess you can't call it jet lag because I ain't been a jet, but my, what do they call it? Circadian, my circadian rhythm is really, really just, like I go to bed at like 2 in the afternoon and wake up at 7 in the evening, and it's like, morning time, lovely, lovely. Have I got a kitty cat next to me? Is there a kitty cat? Is there no kitty cat? Okay, okay, all right. Oh, oh, there's a kitty cat. Kitty, kitty, kitty cat. Here's a skateboard. Ba ba da ba da boo boo. Ba 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 boo boo. Ba boo. Ba boo. Ba boo. Ba boo. Ba boo. Ba boo. Ow. Cheesy peas, man. Fucking cheesy peas. Ugh. So I went like 6 hours without any internet, just watching my preloads, stuff like that. Dropping a preload in my pants. I wish, man. I wish I could drop preloads like I used to. Just fucking pre-cum everywhere, mate. Fucking just yeah. So, look, we don't really have a Super Bowl in Australia, just because um Australia's kind of divided between rugby and Australian rules football. Um, but it was our Australian foot rules football grand final. We do you call them grand finals? Um, I don't know what you call them, like premierships or yeah, it's always like Super Bowl, World Series, all those kinds of things. We just have finals, grand finals. Still rocking out in the laundry studio all the meantime. Mean times and groovy crimes. Get this model. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Okay, okay. Oh, booby boobs. Aka. Aka. Hey, squeaky cat. Are you gonna squeak for them? Are you gonna squeak for them? Oh. Squeaky cat. He seems so innocent, but he wants to kill you all. Yeah, man. You want to talk about anti, what is it? Anti-humanists, fucking anti-survivalists, fucking. Hey, hey, Tuxanu. Hey. Yeah, man, fucking squeaky cat. He looks innocent and shit, eh? But he is a fucking tyrant. He wants to see fucking yeah. He'd rather y'all be artificial intelligence what's watching here than actual living, breathing human beings. Um, you know, he might be onto something. Who the fuck am I to say? um, Kissing with the motherfucker. Okay. Okay, come now. Come now. David Garrett was a better book on the check. See if I can pop the hot water back on. Although, yeah, I mean, springtime has definitely come for Europe. I mean, springtime for Hitler, whatever you want to say. Springtime in Australia is always springtime for Hitler. But this season has been unadulterably more intense than previously. Like, this has been like the weirdest springtime we ever seen, I reckon. You know, at least I'm not dead, which is certainly more than some people can say. Like a lot of people, like these kitty cats, they're dead. No. But yeah, that's fucking crazy, no? See, I can't fucking get this hot water cracker lacking. Not that it really matters, but freaking smash up focus as I go away. Like, I'm not some fucking filthy dude run into a toilet while I'm on the phone or anything, but I've seen it happen. Yup. See if we can't get the cracker locked. I'm a bit, yeah. It's a bit sus fucking having shift neighbors and stuff, eh? But yeah, it's about that click, babies. It's all about that click. Yeah. That's how we do fucking Minnesota Heights styles. Oh, it's a shanky doodle. Shanky doodle. I just love the natural gymnastic ability of cats. Like, you can't call it anything else, can you? I don't think there's any other word for it. You know? Come on, first try. Yes. Do you know what's been going on with my rig? lately, like I'll be typing in the correct password a couple of times and it won't fucking work. Then it will, and it's just like either my system's cracked or my keyboard's fucked or the Lord playeth those gameths that are indeed so much enjoyability. Oh, it's King Kang. It's a King Kang boy. Um, have some health. Have some health. And if you don't know what wholesome health means, well, oh well for you. Don't worry, sweet viewer. We shall be wired for sound. We shall be wired for sound. Ik niets. Wo du sich? Wo du sich? Comme nu, comme nu, comme nu, 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 nu. Yeah, it's weird. For a while there, I was kind of obsessed about keeping clean shaven and stuff. And all these kind of bloody blahs. But end of if I fucking let my stash grow out, it makes no difference. You know? It is what it is. I can't afford to change it now. And you know, it's so weird about this alter thing because, like, as an actor, I have hey, hi, how are you? Är du bra? Du är så fin. But yeah, like I've basically programmed in different accents that I can work with. And like weird kind of way, but each accent is like a different there's a different character. And people don't think about this because there aren't that many people, there aren't that many actors who how you say really excel in accent work. You know, like you generally get more English or European actors who by necessity have to work with different accents. But yeah, no, I can tell you that there is definitely fucking different things inside of me. Um, you know, it's none of this kind of, oh, I'm Gary now. You know, it's a more intuitive thing than that. I don't know what it is. But sometimes I'm fucking Ulster to the bone, man. And sometimes I like fucking chicken. Hey. We're almost there. Unless this fucking cracks out like it did last time. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, first to right. First to right. Kissing. Kissing. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Okay, so let's see what this has to say. But the truth about grammatical gender. And at the end of the day, what else kind of fucking gender is there?
Number two, German speakers, is this masculine or feminine? Grammatical gender does not affect the way we think. Okay, maybe it does, but at the very least, it doesn't affect it in the way that you probably think it does. The effect it has is probably a lot less significant than you might think it is. You've probably heard of the famous keys and bridges experiment that found that German and Spanish speakers use stereotypically feminine adjectives to describe grammatically feminine objects and stereotypically masculine adjectives to describe grammatically masculine objects. It's probably the most famous experiment in linguistics ever, because it was seen as demonstrative proof that grammatical gender can have a legitimate effect on your perception. And in case you're not familiar with it, here's a couple quick summaries.
Why don't you describe key? German speakers, in fact, like you, male, more likely to associate with words such as hard, heavy, and chunky.
Speakers are more likely to say bridges are beautiful, elegant, and stereotypically feminine.
German, whether but for bridge is feminine, speakers will likely describe as elegant and fragile.
Whereas Spanish speakers who classify key as female were more likely to say it was golden, intricate.
Whereas Spanish speakers will be likely to say strong and alone.
Versus Spanish, where bridge is masculine, speakers will likely say it was dangerous. Fun fact about this study, it was never published. Yeah, despite the fact that this was never published, it is by far the most cited piece of supported evidence that grammatical gender has this effect on our perception. Nearly every single source that I can find that supports this idea cites this exact same study. German and Spanish speakers describe keys and bridges. Now, most of the time when people think they're citing this experiment, they're actually citing an article authored by Boroditsky, Schmidt, and Phillips entitled Sex, Impact, and Semantics. Now, the article does mention the experiment and seems to cite it pretty clearly. And if you take a look at the work cited, you'll see what looks like that exact 2002 study. Can quirks of grammatical gender affect the way you think? But this was not a published study. It even says so outright. Manuscript submitted for publication, not accepted for publication, submitted for publication. Now, in the review process before publication, there can be quite a few edits before it's actually published. And it looks like there are quite a few in this case, because the study of grammar affect the way you think does exist. It's authored by Phillips and Boroditsky, with Schmidt strangely missing. But the famous keys and bridges experiment is never mentioned. The study lists 5 different experiments. The first has German and Spanish speakers ranking how similar they find objects to men and women. The second did the same thing with German and Spanish bilingual speakers. The third is the same as the first experiment, but with an added vocal interference task. And the fourth and fifth experiment is centered around English speakers learning a fictional language. No keys, no bridges. Now, there's also a 2000 study by Boroditsky and Schmidt entitled Sex, Impact, and Semantics. The exact same title of Boroditsky's article. This one mentions 2 different experiments, neither of which are the bridges and keys experiment. Now, I'll go into the specifics as to why a lot of this research can't really be conclusive later, but I do have to quickly mention this study. A key is a Yave exclusive, where a group of researchers attempted results. A lot of it starts to call into question the idea that grammatical gender has this effect at all. Personally, I've never been that convinced. If you start examining this thing a little deeper, you'll realize it's a lot less logical than it may seem at first, for a couple reasons. First of all, if you're going to suggest that grammatical gender can have this effect on our perception of genderless objects, well, then there are quite a few objects in quite a few languages that are going to make this claim at least a little bit questionable. I guess Hebrew speakers view breasts as masculine, and Spanish speakers view dresses as masculine, but dress shirts as feminine. And I guess Irish speakers view girls as masculine. Hell, there's a lot of nouns like this. Here are a couple more. Vagina is masculine in French, breast is masculine in French, ovary is masculine in French, egg-cell is masculine in French, dick is feminine in French, balls is feminine in French, foreskin is feminine in German, bosom is masculine in German, dick is feminine in Spanish, pussy is masculine in Spanish, cock is feminine in Spanish, beard is feminine in Spanish, beard is feminine in French, beard is feminine in Welsh, beard is feminine in Slovenian, beard is feminine in Irish, beard is feminine in Romanian, beard is feminine in Portuguese, breast is masculine in Portuguese. One of the words for women in Norwegian is also masculine, but this seeming lack of consistency goes well beyond just ironically gendered body parts. For example, nouns in Hebrew that stem from a verb will follow a certain structure based on the structure of the verb, and any noun that stems from a reflexive verb, a transitive verb, or a simple verb will be feminine. So let's add the following concepts of list of things that Hebrew speakers view as feminine: reading, writing, listening, thinking, eating, packing, ball, jump, singing, shower, construction, placement, cooking, preparation, assembly, running, chase, fighting, incineration, inspiration, competition, help, driving, purchase, sale, rejection, unification, separation, acceptance, rent, check out, enjoyment, hatred, eviction, violation, grasp, recovery, creation, destruction, appearance, disappearance, self-defense, defeat, order, acts, answer, walking, standing, sitting, taking control, and overcoming difficulties. Now, if these groupings seem a little random, it's because the thing that determines whether or not a noun is masculine or feminine very rarely has to do with the concept itself. The overwhelming majority of the time, it's just because of phonetics. In Spanish, nouns are feminine not because they're girly, but usually because they end with either a, that, or sion. In French, feminine nouns typically end with either an ion or an e, with these three exceptions. In Portuguese, the masculine nouns typically end with either a consonant or an o, and feminine nouns typically end with an a. There's places that have the same A rule, although nouns that end with a can be either. In Russian, the feminine nouns typically end with an a or a ya, and the neuter nouns typically end with an o, ye, or a yo. Nouns are usually feminine if they end with that, or if they end with a he, and now Arabic gender rules can be very similar to Hebrews in terms of sounds that must be words. And German seems to have quite a few rules that I'm not trying to understand, but using them to around word suffixes, which is why.
See, that was one thing I was thinking about. It's like there are infinite numbers of genders and nouns. In German, maybe you'll just need to move to Germany where you can have like 7 million nouns, whatever it is.
Personal pronouns are accusative. Mich, dich, ihn, sie, es, uns, euch, sie. Dativ, mir, dir, ihn, ihr, ihn, uns, euch, ihnen. Personal pronouns.
Hey, English, how do you translate here? Well, you, like plural informal, you, okay, also her. And don't forget about there. Of course, your as like polite, formal your. And you say German is hard. Hey, English, how do you translate here?
Let's practice. German pronouns. Ich mich, mir, mein mich. Du dich, dir, dein dich. Ihn, sein sich. Sie, ihr sich. Es, in sein sich. Wir, uns, der, uns. Ihr, euch, euch. Ihnen, ihr sich. Ihnen, ihr sich. Ihnen, ihr sich.
Yeah, clearly this is a language that you'll be
Every noun, der Vater gibt den Sohn den Ball, we can substitute the pronoun. Gibt ihm. So let's see the pronouns in German for nominative accusative and dative. First person singular, ich, mich, mir. Second person du, dich, ihr, and I give an example, third person masculine, er, ihn, ihm, neuter, es, ihm, and feminine, sie, ihr. Plural, first person, wir, uns, second person, ihr, euch, third person, sie, ihnen, and the formal way, capitalized sie, ihnen. Check out more things on Marcus Language 8.
Ich, du, er, sie, es, wir, ihr, sie. Ich, du,
Singer!
wir,
I was doing this. It
Yeah.
wasn't that. It was this. It
Sie.
wasn't that. It was this.
ich,
Yeah.
du, er,
Hey.
sie, es, wir, ihr, sie.
What's up, Riri? What's up, Riri?
It's weird how you look up stuff on shorts, and by the end of it, it's just fucking slamming weird fucking meme shit.
Hi, my name's Jasper. I use they pronouns.
My name is Leona. I use they demon pronouns.
Well, then, shelves are empty. First responders and military essential workers are being laid off en masse, and people are going to die as a result. But there's something way more important to the people in these upcoming videos. It's that you use their pronouns correctly. Let's get into it.
Hi, I'm Miss Wildcat. I am a polyamorous, pansexual, lesbian, non-binary, trans woman,
Of color? No,
Sorry.
not color.
and
Your
I'm
hair's
a
colored,
shaver and
bitch.
eater.
What? Okay.
Polyamorous, pansexual, lesbian, non-binary.
The pronouns correctly. Let's get into it.
Hi, I'm Lynx Wildcat. I am a polyamorous, pansexual, lesbian, non-binary, trans woman. I'm also furry.
Did she say she was also a furry? She. Of course I'll use your proper pronouns, darling.
Lesbian, non-binary, trans woman. I'm also furry.
I'm also Antifa. I'm also a radical fucking anti-grammarian. I'm also a complete nutcase. But don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone that I'm fucking loco.
Let's get into it.
Hi, I'm Lynx Wildcat. I am a
Oh, you're Liz Wildcat, are you? So the famous Wildcat family, of course, native to Portugal, brought their customs and word language to the Americas. The Wildcats. Meet the Wildcats. Ow.
polyamorous, pansexual, lesbian, non-binary, trans woman. I'm also furry.
So basically, you're saying your Pornhub playlist is like fucking just off the algorithm, man. Like this person is like breaking ground in algorithm, in pornographic algorithm science. It's like, how can we keep Liz Wildcat happy? What's she going to be into tomorrow? Better throw some fucking weird DJ scat fucking force sexual
spirit animal fucking anal. Because obviously it's just, you know, no matter what it is, it's just got a bit of poops in, butthole stuff. Why don't these people just say, yeah, my name's Thomas Banana and I'm into buttholes? Just fucking finish it off. End it up. I'm into buttholes! How brave. So much emotional labor. Oh, man. Jeez. So brave. Just send me more of those butthole videos, mate. Just fucking shut up and send me more butthole videos.
And my pronouns are she, her, and ear.
Ear?
What? What? Okay, let's just move on to the. I have no words. Let's just move on to the next one.
I am so tired of catering to cis people's feelings. Because I do.
It's so much emotional labor, man. It's so much emotional labor, right?
I do it every time I go to a restaurant and the server says, hi ladies, and I don't correct them. Every time I choose the women's washroom because people expect that of me, it makes them comfortable.
Oh my god. So, like, social norms and expectations are so oppressive. You know how much more free I would be if people didn't expect me to use the women's bathrooms? Oh my god. I could just fucking shit on the street and fucking write my piss on the walls and stuff, hey? I'd be so free.
Every time I go to the grocery store and ignore being called Miss or Ma'am. Every time a close friend misgenders me and my immediate response is that, no, it's okay as long as you're trying. It's not okay. And I'm not okay because in order...
No, you're clearly unwell, darling. It's like I had an argument with ChatGPT about this, and they're just like, oh, you know, feelings are such, you know, gender pronouns. There's such a personal feelings-based thing, you know, and it's like, clearly I'm not talking about grammatical language use here, then, are you? Because the whole point of grammatical language use is to make things more simple. You know, clearly, you know, gendered, you know, pronouns go beyond fucking poo-poos and caca's or whatever, pee-pees and caca's, you know. And yet and how. And yet and how.
In order for any of you to even entertain the idea of respecting my existence, I have to water down all of my emotions, lest I live up to the whiny crybabies trans stereotype that you all have in your heads. Because God forbid you take someone seriously when they are showing valid emotion.
Valid emotion. But aren't all emotions valid? What's a valid emotion and a non-emotional valid? Non-emotional valid, non-valid emotion. Oi, Denise, fucking come over here and answer these stupid fucking questions.
So, whatever. Like, people call me Kate all the time. Kate Smith, not my name. But just, like, get on with your day. Get on with your day. I'm glad you got the clicks, glad you got the likes, whatever. This last video, like, someone just needs to call their parents.
Hi, my name's Jasper. I use they and pronouns.
Hi, my name's Leo. I use they and demon pronouns.
This video is how to use our pronouns. So, Leo.
Hi, we're baby gods. We really like Marilyn Manson and breaking things. Respect our pronouns. They literally got the same makeup from The Crow. Come on, man.
Let me use this they pronoun in demon pronouns. So the first sentence would be, Leona is my partner, they are cute, and I am theirs. I love them very much, and I hope they love themselves too. For the demon pronouns,
I love them very much, and I hope they love themselves too. See if I heard that right.
First sentence would be, Leona is my partner, they're cute, and I am there. I love them very much, and hope they love themselves too. For the demon pronouns, it would be, Leona is my partner, Dean is cute, and I belong to Dean. I love Demon very much, and I hope Dean loves Demon himself too. Then interchanging the two.
Wouldn't it be, I love Demon very much, and I hope that they love me too? Not, I hope they love themselves too? That is really weird. Like, I really love D, and I hope D really loves themselves too. Like, there is no, you know what I mean? There's no reciprocal thing there. It's like, I love that thing, and I hope that that other person loves that thing. As in, not, I love that thing, and I hope that that thing loves me. Which you would assume would be a logical, kind of human-type fucking language compound, wouldn't it be? Not, I love this thing, I hope that that thing loves it as well. That is really, really weird. Do you see that? That is fucking strange. I love Z, and I hope Z loves themselves too. And it's almost like it's almost like even in that sense they need to be justified, and like, you know, like, I love this thing, and by showing that that person loves itself too, it justifies me loving it. Am I jumping to the wrong fucking train car on this one? Like, have I got something wrong here? Like, I don't know.
Leona is my partner. They are cute, and I am Dean. I love Demon very much, and I hope they love Demon self too.
That is so weird.
You know, like, the makeup is really autistic. But this is the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Our species is so doomed. Yeah, I can't do this. I feel like...
And see that, I was thinking about this, about how, like, maybe we should just use they, them for neutered, like a non-gendered pronoun kind of thing. Like, they're over there, hey, they, fuck, whatever. But then it's like, it brings up the, it brings up the dilemma of what the hell happens when plurals, when, you know, when multitudes occur. It's like, oh, hey, they're over there. And it's like, oh, great. It's like, they're over there. They're over there. And it's like, oh, hey, Sally, how you going? And it's like 5,000 hordes of fucking minions or something. You know, like, there has to be some kind of survival element to grammar. Yeah. Or everything can just be like grunts and fucking whistles and nods and stuff. Which at this stage probably be more efficacious to a proper communications than what the fuck's going on now with the English language.
The people in this video are just gonna, like, they're gonna watch what I'm saying and they're just gonna rebel more and do more of this. Like, do they not realize this is gonna come back to haunt them? Yeah, no, I know I've got to, like, actually make this video. Like, I wanted to make this video because of this stuff. Do they not realize how fucking they are? We're doomed.
I wish there was something I could do to, like, let people know to call me a man.
go back into your father's bowl bag, get a time machine, miniaturize yourself, go into his bowl bag, chew on his nut for a little bit, and maybe he'll produce a male sperm. That's probably about your only options, darling, I reckon.
There was something I could do, but people know. Call me a man.
Sorry, darling. Sorry, lover. You wish that there was something you could do. You wish, and I mean, this is the whole kind of alchemy, wish fulfillment type thing. If I put on a dress, if I put on slut makeup, if I wear some tacky low rent wig, alchemy. If I cut my tits off, if I take testosterone, if I behave like what fucking Baywatch tells me meant to behave like, or fucking Steven Universe tells me to behave like. Alchemy. Weird, man. And to be honest, I've played the game. I've got something in the game, like, but at the end of the day, it's like, look, my behavior, my intentions, my mannerisms, all these things, they're going to be more conducive to people seeing me differently than other things. Sure, if I wear my peach sundress or whatever, that's what it is, but ultimately it's not changing my fundamental reality, is it? And I mean, I've got to say, like, there was a turning point in me where, I completely lost my shit at a person for seemingly perfectly fine reasons. But then it was like, yeah, it's like that perception of me. It's almost like I had this fucking ingrained, masculine, like this repressed masculine urge to fucking blow the fuck up and act like a savage. You know what I mean? And I think it had been driving me wild for years and years and years. And then after that happened, and I realized that I had to learn how to express myself in love with like feminine intention or something. Look, I'm maybe fucking sounding bananas here. I don't know what it is. I honestly can't pinpoint exactly the changes that I made to my life that have made me so much more happy and so much more content in my interior being, almost like this, I don't give a fuck anymore. Like, I am what I am. I'm a dress, I'm a big color punk. I'm a do what I want. I don't give a fuck. Kinda. At the same time, it's like, fuck a nigga. Like, ultimately, I think these things, these interior identities, whatever you want to call them, I think they're deeply personal. You know what I mean? Like, it's this poker, poker face, hold 'em or fold 'em type of thing. It's like, for me, wouldn't it become more sort of interesting and spicy to assume that I'm just some man type thing? But really, isn't that kind of more sexy and kind of interesting and almost more adventurous than just being like, shoot me, my pronouns are beep boop up. You know, which you know, it's like when you meet people, you should gently ease them. You should gently ease them into your mental unwellness, not just fucking white flag it from the fucking beginning. You know what I mean? Like, hi, I'm Donnie. I am severely mentally unwell. Do you want to date me? You know what I mean? Like, hi, I'm Donnie. I have 16 different personalities and 49.3 different pronoun genders. Do you want to date me? Can we get married now? I mean, who was it that had that bit about how when you meet someone for the first time, you're basically just two masks, you know? But in this case, maybe it's just, I don't know, it's like, people are so obsessed with, like, authenticity that it's become fake as shit. Like, this whole concept that, like, originality or specialness is conflated with authenticity, when ultimately the most authentic people are probably, you know, cut from the same cookie cloth, or whatever they say. Cut from the same cookie cloth? So, cookie cut from the same cloth? I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, authenticity really does not have anything. And I mean, the fact that these people are clutching to try and be a bit different and special and stuff just shows how incongruous this whole thing is to actual authenticity. You know what I mean? Like, and I guess I came across this a lot as somebody who, like, subculture jumped a lot. I guess, you know, I was a goth, I was a punker, I was a bit of a hippie, all these things, you know, depending on what fucking music was playing, I guess. But ultimately, you know, I did find that there were enclaves and cutting mind ghettos even back then, you know, like at school, like I'd had, you know, I was kind of like shapeshifter, you know, I could roll with whoever I felt like at the time, and when I left, probably all just fucking roll their eyes and go, Christ, that fucking dumb fucking idiot has left, or whatever, you know. So I recognize that, like, people put themselves in these, like, mind ghettos that like, hold how they see themselves within the world. This current iteration, it's all about genders, and then, like, actual cultural things, like subcultural things, are all about exterior. They're all about aesthetic. And it's interesting, this whole obsession with aesthetic as well, and see how that relates to Theodore Adorno's theory of aesthetic. It'll be really interesting because Theodore Adorno is not is not a cultural theorist that is very much spoken about. And to be honest, it's been a while since I did a deep dive on Teddy Adorno. And I will admit that, you know, when I was at college and stuff, yeah, that's another thing we've got to remember, is that, like, theory is sexy. You know, continental philosophy, that's sexy. You know, like, that's how we perceived it back in the day. I don't know if it's the same way now, but you know what I mean? Like, you'd have all these fucking posy fucking soy boy dudes who'd be like, the elaboracy of the contingent diogenes metamorphosed creatalism reflects a deep understanding of a neo-postnatal deflection within a substructure of categories. You know, serious, my dude, serious. You had fucking dudes like that do, like, critical theory classes, and to just be like a retaliative diagonal crimesis of the known substructures within a performative and analytical frame type infrastructure. You know, maybe I'm conflating, but you know what I mean. Like it's always been. It's and at college it was like. Maybe one day I too can get laid by, you know, by parroting fucking fecal philosophy, fucking garbage nonsense. You know, like I did one essay on Derrida, on his idea of what is it, difference, repetition and difference. It took me like fucking 5 days to like understand like 3 pages of text. Maybe it'd be better now. I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like these other theorists that these fucking whack jobs are basing their ideas on, and fuck if they understand. I mean, it's all very much gender theory, grammar, life for dummies. You know what I mean? Like, you know, context is always created by second, third courses. You know, there is no coming back to the actual synthesis of ideas in culture. You know what I mean? It always has to be filtered through until like the dumb ones can fucking get it and sound smart. Anyway.
Your gender is having tattoos all over your torso and then wearing a suit without the bottom shirt so you can show off those tattoos. I do not.
That is so weird that you think that that's got anything to do with gender.
Suit with the bottom shirt so you can show off is having tattoos all over your the gender is having tattoos all over your torso and then wearing a suit without the bottom shirt so you can show off those tattoos.
I wonder what gender that's called, mate. I wonder what you call that. I think you just call that fucking yakuza, isn't it? Oh no, yakuza wear shirts. So yeah, you're truly special there, buddy. Of course this dude ain't got no fucking ink, got fucking three eyebrow tattoos. And oh, oh, there is a septum piercing. Oh, big surprise. Oh no! Of course, how could there not be? Fucking boomer! Wow! A transgender pride flag! How brave! How special! So much emotional labor.
I do not have any tattoos on my torso yet because I have other things on my torso that I am planning to get rid of. I just don't.
Ew. Ew. She's talking about her tatas. I have other things on my torso that I want to get rid of. Will that be part of your gender? Being one who has tattoos all over their body but has removed tatas from that. What do you call it? Easel, like from your palette. Not palette, but I can't think of the word.
I'm really upset that I can't be some hot dude with tattoos all over my torso. Maybe.
You're really sad that you can't be a hot dude with tattoos all over your torso. Darling, if you still feel that way tomorrow at like 3:30 in the afternoon, we'll fucking cut your titties off and fucking dip you in ink.
You shouldn't transition in order to be more attractive. You shouldn't transition if you think you cannot be attractive. That's your biological sex. I think you need therapy, not testosterone. I think you need high quality, non-ideological therapy and not top surgery. Some transition due to them not accepting themselves as who they really are. We see lesbians transitioning to be men. We see gay men transitioning to be women, because they cannot accept themselves as homosexual. If you are transsexual, a person with true and chronic gender dysphoria, it doesn't matter how much you try to love yourself and accept yourself. It doesn't matter that you know that you can be a feminine man or a masculine woman. You have a mental disorder. You cannot be dealing with a mental disorder, period. But I see so many young people today, especially on TikTok, where I'm like, if you got therapy, you would learn how to be a true self without changing your body, without transitioning to the opposite sex. And don't you think that?
See, that's the problem, I think, that belies this whole thing. It's like, get therapy, deal with the issues. Look, if it were that fucking easy, everyone would do it. You know, and maybe there's why there's this conflagration of pseudo counseling fucking philosophy. It's because the system is so broken that if they even try to start dealing with this tsunami of fucking identity confusion, it completely collapsed the whole fucking system. You know, I mean, for God's sake, I spoke to my doctors and said I want a nose job so that I don't have like racial dysphoria or whatever, being mixed race. You know what they did? Yeah, they referred me to a gender clinic. No shit, nothing to do with my gender. I just wanted a different fucking nose. They referred me to a gender clinic. Should be able to get in to see them in about 4 years. No fucking shit. And, you know, had to wait ages and ages and ages to get in to see an endocrinologist, and ended up, you know, not being able to fulfill that online thing. So it's just like this whole concept, like, get help, find out what's going on, etc., etc. It's like, yeah, mate, great fucking idea, but ultimately the reality is not that case, you know. And if you don't have the interior fucking strength and knowledge to sort these things through and have enough will to find the real you, and be intuitively in line with your reality and the world so that it will lead you in the right direction towards self-discovery. Well, you know what I mean? Like, and yet it's like, well, is this a journey that anyone can go on? There are answers in these spaces that people want to find, and if they find them and they don't want them, are they still able to accept them? You know, like, I mean, ultimately, if this fucking madness, the closest thing that these people are ever going to get, that even resembles some kind of understanding, what's the word, like comfort. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's a false comfort, but how do you categorically fix like people who are so confused, who are so illiterate, you know, both linguistically and like like emotionally. They only know sadness and happiness. They only know give and take. They only know yes or no. And you know, everybody knows the beauty of life is in the grey areas. You know, the beauty of life is in the bits where you lose 3-4 hours discussing like specificities. You know, is it not?
It makes sense that a transsexual person like myself would say, try not to transition and try to get out of this whole trans universe. I know what it's like. I do not wish this upon anyone. It makes me sad that some people are choosing this lifestyle, that some people are identifying as trans, like pretending to be trans.
See, back in the day, we had a name for this. It's called penis envy. Penis envy. Yeah. I know it's very Freudian, blah blah blah, whatever, but is it wrong? And yeah. And I mean, it's almost like this penis envy, like, fucking turned inside out. Like, I want to be a man. I want to have a penis, but I don't want to be a man. You know, I want to be a he/they. As in, like, I present as male, but I'm actually a they. I'm actually special. You know. It's like, it's your birthday, bitch. Eat your fucking cake and move on. No, I want to keep my cake and eat it too. I want it to be my birthday every day of the week. It's like, fuck, man. Like, you know, it's like on your birthday, I'll humour you. On your birthday, I'll give you a big pat on the back and say how brave you are and wonderful and happy birthday to the 7-year-old or whatever. But any other day, any other week, fucking get with the sickness, motherfucker.
I want to know. I get this gender more.
I wonder why that is. It could be that we didn't see our pronoun then because people don't really look for it, or it could be that strangers are extremely tired of people like you.
So, I can go for it. That's what I mean. That was what I do, because it doesn't even work. The one thing you can do would just basically put a sign on you and say, hey, call me this. It just makes people do the opposite.
That's the whole to look like a man, to sound like a man. If you want someone to call you she, her, you have to look like a dog under the impression that most people have no idea.
And the weird thing is that, I don't know, man. Call me she, it's Squeaky Cat. Respect my pronouns, Squeaky Cat. God damn it, Squeaky Cat. You keep on calling me they. I'm not a they. I'm not a they. Bigot. Bigot. Systematic oppression. Systematic oppression.
These types of people exist. Don't anything about wokeness or trans ideology. Obviously, there's some people who are really annoyed and want to say no to activists. I'm here for it and wish that white people would just say no.
That's the type of people that I have to deal with. I'm like, oh, they would. They don't pay
always wear a pin, and I have a better idea for you. Tattoo it on your forehead. Because then you will realize that no matter how much you're demanding people to call you a certain thing, they will still not do it. Because it goes against common sense. You're a woman.
It's almost like the N-word. It's almost like the N-word thing. What do you call it? The N-word paradox. It's like by saying the N-word, you're enforcing the actual word in people's minds until the point where people forget what nigger actually is as a word. Until then, the N-word will always be fucking a silent nigger in people's minds. And by enforcing a pronoun structure that is not conducive to fucking, you know, visual reality, you're almost forcing them to think of you in your real, in your sex, on your sex-based characteristics. You know what I mean? Like, it is forcing them to go, wow, this woman is fucking cracked, eh? You know, like, and yet if you dealt, you know, if people just worked on their gender expression or whatever, got about their lives, and I mean, that's the thing, it's like, I say that, if you just got, and Misha and these people, it's like, if you do things, if you spend your life creatively and productively, these things would not be an issue. You know what I mean? But to be productive and to be constructive and stuff, it's, yeah, look, it's harder than a lot of people realize. I don't know, maybe not. And that's why, you know, for me as a creator, I want to do more than just bemoan the state of things. Like, I want to have, you know, content that is enjoyed by, you know, like eating squeaky cat. Squeaky cat is yummy. Oh, squeaky cat, you don't like me eating you, but you will be eaten. You will be eaten. Oh, buddy. Lovely little buddy. Here's a buddy of mine, a buddy. Oh, buddy. Let's hear Uncle Marcus go on, eh?
You look and sound like a woman, so they're not going to call you. But if you actually transitioned, which I really hope you don't really seem like a person who deals with chronic gender dysphoria, going to stop showing, you will eventually sound like a man, and then people will call you him. Please do not transition. Please do not believe that the transition is the only thing that can make you happy, make you love and accept yourself. Please unfollow all the trans celebrities on TikTok. If you delete TikTok, that's even better. Find out who you are and how you can be yourself. You most likely do not need any medicine or surgeries in order to be yourself. Don't demand anything from strangers or anyone in general, because you do not need other people's validation in order to be happy.
To be honest, like, starting to wear female, women's, ladies' clothing, like, not like as in like how you say, like, kind of androgynous, you know, like, I wouldn't go all out on like the fucking leotards and mini skirts and stuff, but just like wearing stuff that made me feel happy, like colourful things, fashionable things, not just fucking black t-shirts and tracksuit pants. It really, you know, it really changed, you know, and these are all personal things. You know, like, it's got nothing to do with anybody else apart from me feeling good, you know. Looking at my pink hot pants and going, man, that's hot. I enjoy wearing those. They make me happy. You know. And yeah, it's a difficult thing being intersex as well. And you know, like, at the end of the day, you know, you can be a male, you can be a female, you can be neither. But can you be both? Well, yes, as an intersex person, I fucking know that is the case to be so. And yet, where are all the fucking he, her options for pronouns? You know, he's over there, that's her thing. You know, sure, it'd be fucking confusing, but it'd be helpful for me, for people to understand that, you know, I have a male exterior and a female interiority, but maybe that makes you sound like a nutcase, whatever. I don't fucking care. Because at the end of the day, it's not something that I push on people. I wish people would understand more, but you know, and also it's like having a compound name, Sarah Ray. I end up having to fucking just say call me SR because they end up fucking just calling me Sarah, and it's like, no, I'm fucking Sarah Ray. It really, yeah, I don't know. It's like trying to have that balance, and it's either one thing, the other thing, or fucking neither. But you know, it's fucking weird, eh, squeaky cut? You're lucky, mate. You're fucking lucky, aren't you, buddy? You got no gender confusion.
You have the right to believe whatever you want. You have the right to call yourself whatever you want. But you still have to understand and respect that other people do not agree with you. I'm speaking from personal experience. You will not be truly happy if you're stuck in an echo chamber. What will make you truly happy is if you can think for yourself. Right now, I'm not only speaking to this girl, I'm speaking to all of you. Think for yourself. Just give it a try. I promise you, you would feel great about it.
This is so sick and fucking cool with that.
That's going to be nightmares. Of course, this is how you react. But let me tell you a secret. It's impossible for you to know what it's like to be dysphoric. You know why I know this? Because if you truly have gender dysphoria, you wouldn't react like this. You cannot get triggered and angry, like straight up angry at someone if they misgender you, if you have gender dysphoria. You would get sad, you feel extremely uncomfortable, and you become super aware of how you look and sound. That's actually what's going on. You want to hide, and you want to look even more like the opposite sex. You do not have the capacity to get angry, visibly angry. Not only do you not have the strength to be mad, you don't have a reason either. When I looked and sound like a girl, and people around me knew my story, they called me she accidentally. Why would I get mad? I was fully aware that I was not on testosterone yet. This is how mentally unstable people react, not gender dysphoria people. And I know that I say that gender dysphoria is a mental disorder, but it doesn't mean that we're cray-cray. This is cultural appropriation, or struggle appropriation. Transsexuals are forced to accept that girls like them are the face of the trans community. And what's the outcome of that? Well, it means that transsexuals like myself have to do some damage control. We're the ones who have to tell normal people that we're not crazy. We have to deal with this really bad reputation. It means that real transsexuals are just trying to live a normal life, have to clean up a mess they didn't create. Because if we don't do it, people will assume that we're into crazy things, that we're creeps, that we want to harm children and also women. In my opinion, we don't have a choice. I love people and I want everyone to feel good about themselves. I'm reacting to a lot of miserable people and it hurts. So many young girls especially who think that the only way they can be truly happy about themselves is if they transition to the opposite sex. These girls clearly deal with other mental health issues. That isn't gender dysphoria. I'm talking about autism, borderline disorder, eating disorders, the list is long. But society is glamorizing transitions so much that these girls are like, yes, finally, I can get validated. Yes, I can actually ignore all my real struggles. Someone is like, you're so stunning and brave for being trans.
So much
So
emotional.
that's what I'm gonna be. So I want to make one thing very clear. I completely understand all the fake transsexuals. I completely understand the rise in people identifying as trans, even though they're not. Why do I get it? Why don't I hate this rise? Well, I don't hate the people. I get the people. So what we need to do about this problem is to stop glamorizing trans people, the real and the fake ones. No matter what, we have to stop glamorizing the transition itself. That is what I'm doing, exposing the truth about the transition, gender dysphoria, and I'm planning on making content about all the side effects someone will experience if they're a biological female on testosterone, and if they get a hysterectomy. So stay tuned, I have a lot of interesting content ready for you. Thank you for watching this video. If you want to see more content like this, remember to hit subscribe and the notification bell. You can become a member of this channel where I make exclusive content. So if you want to join us, there's a link down below. Follow me on social media and I'll see you all in my next video.
And there's got to be a reason why transsexual men or female to male transsexuals always end up seeming like gay dudes. There's got to be something in that. Both dudes like Marcus here, but also like fucking Buck Angel, and then all the fucking wokies and stuff. And yet at the same time, all the male to female trannies, fucking transgenders, well, at least the transgenders, they all seem like just gay dudes. Not, you know, not always, but you know what I mean? Like, it's like this, yeah, it's like all roads lead to a fucking whacked out gay dude. Weird, right? Maybe it's a fucking homosexual supremacy conspiracy or something. You're not going there. Okay. Piers Morgan discusses the downfall of Diddy. Like, I haven't listened to any of this fucking Diddy rubbish, so I don't know.
And when they find 1,000 bottles of vape oil and 500 dildos, there's some suspect activity happening.
Like you pass by the door and see a party in an apartment, you go and you have a drink, and then you go home and realize every dollar was leading to people. Some women when they think, oh, you know, you're gonna have a freak off.
The fact that we as a society, we got mad for a week, money talks, and bullshit walks.
That's the place they're with me. We all know that there are paths around.
Someone let me did, I'm sorry, it should be the guillotine. If that was my daughter and I saw that on camera, it would have been a wrap for me. Just 1 year ago, Sean Diddy Combs, one of the most successful rappers and producers in music history, was on top of the world.
Yeah, not successful rapper. He's never been a successful rapper. That's a fallacy, man. Like, he just fucking surrounded himself with fucking big names, you know, and played every nigger off against each other. But, yeah, go on.
Well, the VMA is honored him as a global icon. really is not a club love party. That's like a special kind of party out there. But you're invited. You're invited to club love party all night. All the things that I would play and not bringing my freaking
R&B, rap, and bullshit. Yeah, sounds like a great party. Where's the fucking rape dungeon, mate? Oh my god, this guy is such a skeezer. Such a skeezer. He's fucking standing out with a fucking hand fan, looking like fucking Madame Butterfly or something.
Well, not over for the cones. That goes like us.
Well, no, the party's only started, mate. The party's only started. Imagine what kind of fucking orgy, fucking party madness he's gonna get up to in fucking Gen Pop. Diddy and Gen Pop, the new album by P. Diddy, featuring great tracks like Let Me Toss Your Salad, Baby. You'll Get Fucked in the Ass by You. Fucking, you know, peanut butter anus sandwich. I don't know.
He was just returning in New York, stepped in front of a microphone and told us, shocked world, this.
Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation, and prostitution.
And being a fucking weird cunt. The most damning allegation. P. Diddy is a weird cunt.
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
Well, he is now waiting trial at the Metropolitan Detention Center.
You better be careful, Squeaky Cat. They're gonna be coming for you, mate. When they find out all the fucking sick, twisted shit you've been up to, buddy. You're going down, Squeaky Cat. You are going down. Don't try and fight it, mate. You are fucking done. You're cooked, mate. When they find out about all the sex trafficking you're going. Oh, don't play that innocent. Fucking don't play innocent with me, mate. They know you're done, mate. You are fucking done. Oh, Squeaky Cat, I love you. I'll keep you in my attic.
In Brooklyn, he was denied bail. According to some reports, he's refusing food. He could even be on suicide watch. The case threatens to indulge the VMP world with speculation about sordid takes from celebrities and politicians. So who do you want to win? How far could this go? Is this the new version of the Epstein scandal? Why was Diddy protected for so long by so many people? The special edition appears more than I said to, looking into the scandal that is rocking the world of show business and way beyond. They don't unpack the fall of the global icon from the Criminal Lawyer Reacts YouTube channel, who is resident, the editor of Hollywood Unlocked, and a man who partnered with Diddy, Jason Lee, TVD's podcast Angry Patriot, here in the studio, our sensitive contributor, Esther Cranky. And well, thank you all for joining me. I appreciate it very much. Bruce, let me start with you because you've been getting great traction.
Interestingly, four men, one woman. And you'd think this would be like a, yeah, you'd think you'd have more female representation on this than just one fucking woman, considering we're talking about a fucking criminal who, I don't know, man. Yeah, anyway.
The YouTube channel, exploring every other scandal
going to happen here?
I wonder if his full name's Sean Diddy Coonstein. Coonstein. Sean Diddy Coonstein.
I think he's going to go to prison for the rest of his natural life. The federal guidelines are going to be astronomical. There's so much that they've gotten in the search warrant from Miami, LA, and he's really looking at sex trafficking with a lot of aggravating factors.
Which is the most serious thing?
You use the RICO encompasses all the other statutes. So it's the sex trafficking and then all the other enhancements with that. So guidelines, he's probably looking at it in excess of 300 months. So that's just the guidelines.
I mean, I saw that he, for his lawyers, they put a bail package proposal that included a $50 million bond signed by Combs, his mother, and other family members. It was to include home detention, so there was passport, drug tests, a visit along the solicitor trial, services each for Diddy Combs.
Well, you actually where this is a presumptive detention situation. In other words, defense has to prove either rebut the presumption. And we have witness tampering, we've got potential bribing witnesses, and then you also have possession of drugs and ammunition and firearms that are obliterated serial numbers. And then you have done his plane trying to go somewhere earlier in the year. So we have a situation where there's a risk of flight and definitely a danger to the public. And it's potential obstruction of justice.
Let me turn to Esther on this, because did he know? Did he using it at a party where he was the absolute top of the world? This guy was one of the biggest stars in the world. Fated by one of the room that night, fated by the paparazzi when he came out. It looked like he was as big as it could get. If it's right, if Bruce is right, going to prison for the rest of his life, this is one of the biggest downfalls I can remember in it.
Oh, absolutely, but I'm never satisfied with just one person doing that. Like the whole Epstein thing. We don't actually know anyone who's associated with Epstein, who went to his nonce island, who really did got on the criminal activity. And I think to be treated, to do the things that he's being accused of, you have to have a whole team around him. It's an infrastructure, basically. And I just really discover the fact that he's probably going to be the only one that's going to take him down. He didn't get powerful just by being by himself. He had the support of politicians, other wealthy benefits. So many people in the industry.
Right,
why is he only taking them?
Well, there is a suggestion that he may start talking to the feds and do some kind of deal. Now, Epstein never got the chance to do that or to take.
And yeah, he's gonna get the chance.
He died, right? He apparently committed suicide. Speculation is unright ever since the somebody doctor, but that is the fact he was life. But that seemed to silence everything and stop the process moving to other people. Here, if Diddy was to suddenly start going after everyone and naming people, and there are tapes, as many people believe, depicting a lot of other people, famous people involved in this, massively big.
But the thing is, many people do a lot of things. So, like 50 Cent, for example, was very open about his name for Puff Daddy, and he used to call him K all the time. You know, he rap about it. Eminem has lyrics in some of his music about really being a raper. For example, there's so many people in the industry who know, for example, suddenly do something particularly about Meek Mill's relationship with Diddy. If anyone's heard that horrible tape, you know what I'm talking about. So there's these high-profile celebrities that certainly cool things. And the question is, how do we incentivize them to speak? Because if they would come forward, then actually, even the people that are powerful people that have wouldn't be able to hide for much longer. But the question is, how do they do that? How do they incentivize the people who talk to come forward?
And it might be a complete coincidence, but we've always seen people like Usher, people who are friendly with they've deleted a lot of their social media. You don't know why they could be coincidence. It looks very like a coincidence. What do you make of this guy?
Being in the entertainment industry, I love the military, went to Hollywood, acting, and all this whole it's a cult. And I love that she brought up Epstein and how, you know, he's apparently dead. Ghislaine Maxwell, she's in prison for 20 some odd years. I guess, where are all the customers? Where are all the people that were, you know, with these girls? I mean, where are all the victims? Where are all these people? Not one customer. I know Prince, Andrew, he was obviously, he was there. He was, you know, with the underage girl. And what was his punishment? His queen when she was alive. He just relieved him of his royal duties. He couldn't be out in public. But I've seen it firsthand. These people with this power and this level of influence, they go out with impunity as if they're never going to get caught. All the celebrity of them, and they all move here. Hollywood's not a big town. It's not a big town. Everybody knows who Diddy was. Everybody knows who Harvey Weinstein was. Everybody knows Epstein all these before, and nobody ever said nothing. You got people like Michelle Obama, Barack, everybody praising them. Harvey Weinstein, these people are such great people. All the parties, all the things that people went to, everybody knew. The recording and the cameras, that's a whole different story together. You know, people saying that Epstein was a part of the Assad recording and blackmailing people. Diddy, imagine how many people are panicking right now that he did. But one of the main things here that pissed me off the most is the Usher and the Justin Bieber situation. Howard Stern. Yeah, my God. Usher was on, I believe it was Howard Stern a while ago, and he explained that he went to Puffy's flavor camp at 14 years old. His parents dropped him off with Diddy, and he saw stuff that he said he couldn't believe. 14 years old here, okay? And God knows what he did with him.
And then he saw Justin Bieber there as
where he
well.
said,
Having seen that, he also said Justin Bieber there.
Great point. If the rumors are true, Piers, he brings up Justin Bieber, and Justin Bieber has been through how he was seen with Diddy a couple months ago, and Diddy's patting him down for a while. These people here are disgusting their people. Thank God Justin Bieber's found God. If he didn't find God, I don't think we have him. These people are predators. They're disgusting human beings. It's a cult here, and I hope to God that you find God, because the end game for people like that here is not good. Okay.
Jason, you know that you've been at some of these parties. Does what you're reading now shock you, or was it a very wild scene?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, I want to be very clear on the conflation between going to a Diddy party and going to Diddy's party.
Right.
You know, I said yesterday on the program that, you know, it's like you pass by the door and see a party in an apartment, you go and you have a drink, and then you go home and realize Jeffrey Dahmer was eating and killing people. People that went to a Diddy party, you know, like Ashton Kutcher, Jimmy Moore, Beyonce, Jay-Z, I don't know if they were at Diddy After Dark. People were getting sprayed down with baby oil. What I will say is that, you know, you've heard
Ashton Kutcher
over the years, cars, harassing people, threatening people, having people killed, allegedly, all allegations. But I think Esther made the most important point that all of us are just in the culture figuring out this crisis. Where were all the people who were booking hotels, driving people to rooms, knowing what was happening? Why is he in there by himself? Why are nobody speaking out? Why is Justin Bieber not condemning these rumors? Where's Beyonce and Jay-Z? You know, people are watching this train.
Yeah.
People are watching this train wreck happen and just trying not to have the conductor call their name. That's the problem. And see, the problem that I have is that while we all enjoy the fruit of the industry, if you're eating poisonous fruit, you need to be a part of that shit that's on its way down too. And the problem with being castrated in public right now, which is happening today, no pun intended, is that he's not given his due process. So on one hand, you're like, let it go through the process. But on the other hand, you know, we have, you know, the energy that they know that this is happening in the industry that's not regulated or not controlled. Who's it going to happen to next?
Yeah, well, I want to bring Lord Jamar, American rapper and DJ.
Lord Jamar!
Lord Jamar, what's your reaction to the sheer scale of charges? Are you as stunned as everybody else?
Not really. To be honest, and I want to reiterate what you said about energy parties and the Apple Dark. I've been to regular big parties like clubs, PG version. Never been to anything that's home or anything like that, or any After Dark type of stuff. But I'm not really surprised by the
yeah, I mean, there were these supposed conversations, even substance victims, so illegal drugs, in part to keep the victims obedient to the client of these free calls. The police raided these found narcotics, pre-typically guns with serial numbers, ammunition, drum magazine, evidence of buying more, again with the free calls. They found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. And again, the indictment alleges victims subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse, forced the victim to engage in the free calls. I mean, look, it all sounds pretty horrific what was going on to these women at the free calls. Were they going there with their eyes wide open? What was going to be happening? Were they caught up in some depravity which only became clear when they got through the door? What do you think was happening?
I mean, I can only imagine set up there. I think it was probably a combination of two. Some women might think, oh, we're gonna have a free call. But some of them may have gone there innocently, thinking, oh, I'm just gonna be around, famous people showing puffy combs, and then you're like, here, I'm sick of this. And you feel okay.
Let me give you some context. I'm just get straight to it. I have been to the homes of the house parties where there has been extra police or not police, but maybe off-duty police working as security armed security, shutting down the entire street because there are so many people trying to get in the home. Think about it. Beyonce's on the other side of the gate. Jay-Z's on the other side of the gate. Every major celebrity, the Kardashians are on the other side of the gate. People are trying to get in that party. The first Diddy party I went to was at Prince's house. So you want to go to Prince's house to the Diddy party where Tyrese is performing and Diddy Moore asking for a swing. That's what's happening on the other side of the wall. And so the one thing that makes this party different than a Jamie Foxx party or any other celebrity party that wrangles a bunch of young women or guys or whatever too, is that Diddy didn't let you bring your security in the party. That is the one thing that I thought was odd because I came one time with my security and no other security other than Diddy's security is allowed to be inside the building. I mean, I saw Jay-Z and TV fix in there, every major celebrity you can think of who may or may not get along. Maybe on the other side of that gate with no security. So now as you see this unfold, my wonder is, well, why aren't people able to have their protection with them when they were in the room? But one thing I will add that people don't want to talk about is Diddy's not the only person that has these parties where they have people wrangling a bunch of women and there's nobody partying at the door. There's no regulation, right? And the reason is because these guys want to have a bunch of women around, and what happens when you mix that with a bunch of liquor and other things when the regular party goes home? What happens after everybody's gone?
Bruce, this is different. But Bruce, I want to put to you the defense from Diddy's lawyer, Mr. Hank Jr. He maintained there's no coercion and no crime. He's not afraid of charges, and he said he believed homes would target unjust prosecution. What's your response to that?
Well, one of the things that we talked about, the people who arrange the flights, the people who arrange this and that, all the people who change, those are all going to be witnesses against him. We'll start there. Second of all, he's got terabytes of video all over the place. Thirdly, they got him on recording, threatening a witness, trying to get them to not come forward and testify. They've got video of him beating a woman, dragging her through, dragging her through a hotel. They've got giving IUDs to recover. Just the amount, and the key wording here is forced, fraud, and coercion. That's the key wording for this traffic.
Yeah.
And it's one thing to have a party with a bunch of ladies and enjoy that. It's quite another thing to keep them for days until their bruises heal. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a freak off, as it's defined in the indictment. Isn't just part. No, it is force, it's fraud, it's coercion, and you're going to see that there won't be a defense to it. His lawyers will make as much money as they possibly can out of him. The case really will speak for itself.
Yeah, we're currently this happening to men too.
Yeah, I think that's
well, I was going to ask you about that, Lord Jamar. I mean, there have been lots of wild conspiracy theories. Maybe some of them aren't so wild, but one of the big ones is that he was secretly gay. Do you think that could be true?
Which is not a crime if he is, or what?
Yeah. No, you're missing my point. Lord Jamar said that he also were abused. It only plays into the context of what Lord Jamar said, in the sense that if he turned out actually to be gay or bisexual, then the victims are not just women necessarily, they can also include men. Is that what you're saying, Lord Jamar?
And I'm just saying, yeah, it's definitely not a crime or whatever. Clearly, if you're making people do things against their will, hanging things over their head in order to, try to trade, little quick pro quo, that's not cool. When people use their power to try to manipulate certain situations,
that's the coalition.
Yeah, especially sexually. It's not cool, and especially if you're trying to do this to men that wouldn't normally engage in this stuff.
I mean, I think that's something to be said. Buying male prostitutes for sexual performance is against the law federally.
Right, but I want to see more people arrested. Where were the bookers, the security, the transportation? Where were the assistants, the chief of staff, the chefs cooking food? People cleaning up the site, everybody arrested.
I think we should really, the case against Diddy is so overwhelming. I can quite believe he's constantly coming out. He's considering turning him over. He's got nothing to lose. Yeah. He knows I know his cousin has been a prison most of his life.
He won't be able to cooperate.
Please go first.
He won't be able to cooperate against anybody. He is the top dog.
Yeah, but surely he can still do some kind of deal.
He's too big a fish. I will say this: I think the anti sort of gay sentiment in the hip hop industry really did. I think when fueled the fact that he was so undercover. Like you said, it's not legal to be gay. You can have whatever. It doesn't make any difference. But I'm saying this in the context that he's big.
Diddy gay, no homo. Diddy gay? Diddy gay?
His male victims. So, for example, Patty coming out, we know that they were together for almost a decade. We know that she was seen at many high-profile events. So she coming out as a victim of domestic violence is not unheard of. If you have an up-and-coming rapper, for example, for some reason his career just didn't take off, who comes out and says, I was abused, I was raped, I was blackmailed by P. Diddy, that's very different because of the industry that they're operating in. How does that person get their career back?
Well, also, you mentioned Cassie Ventura there. To me, one of the most significant moments in this whole scandal was quite early on when that video got leaked to CNN. We got a clip of this, which shows him just being unbelievably grotesquely proud to her. At the time of this, we invited Diddy's ex-bodyguard, Roger Paul, to give his thoughts on the video. And did something was that indicative of Diddy's general behavior towards women?
In my light, I would say yes. In my light, I would say yes. It didn't surprise me when I saw it because I've seen things to this nature before. I've gotten in between things of this nature before. This was back in 2012. So that's why I was so adamant on what I said yesterday after he posted that apology, because it comes a time where it's like you can't just say anything you want to say and think that people will accept it.
See, Diddy, when I saw that video, how about you? And I watched it
Interesting what he said there. There comes a time, what did he say? There comes a time when you can't expect people to say anything and people believe you. This has to be the typical cultural iceberg, yes?
That's the horror. That he could do that in in a hotel, in a public part of the hotel too. Like it wasn't in one of the rooms. It was so horrible, so violent. I then thought, you know what? I believe these guys were pretty much anyway. Yeah, anyone that would treat his girlfriend like that, well, like nothing would surprise me. So these charges didn't really shock me because I thought, well, I've seen what he's capable of. We all have. Oh, well, here. What was even more shocking is we saw the tape. It was disgusting. It was disturbing. And what happened? Here's nothing. Statute of limitation or whatever it is. We saw him beat the hell out of this poor girl, drag her in the hallway, and then what? She brings him to court. He gives her money because rich people can get away with anything. And then that was it. We kept our hands with it. And it's ridiculous because the game was nobody cares. Here, but you know, when there's smoke, there's fire. And when they find 1,000 bottles of baby oil and 500 dildos, there's some smoke, there's some suspect activity happening here. And when it comes to the you know recorded, people forget they have cameras everywhere here. You know why some of these employees were talking? Who knows what footage?
He sounds like fucking what's his name from that 70s show. Masterson. Fucking what's his name? Yeah.
He had on all these people. Same with Epstein. Maybe you weren't gay, but maybe you were there. You had a little potion. You pass out, and then they record.
Yeah, Danny Masterson. Yeah. And some of the stuff that come out of that 90s show is crazy as well.
You taking advantage of you, and then they have that dirt on you forever. Here's Kim Porter, God rest her soul, his partner, who he has a child with. She wrote a tell-all book, but before it came out, she mysteriously died in the book. And allegedly, her friend said that he had recordings of an 18-year-old famous pop star having sex with him. Okay, and anybody can just assume what that is here. But if you have all these people, everybody talking about it, the fact that we as a society let him see with our eyes, Cassie being dragged and beaten like a rag doll, and we got mad for a week, and then we forgot about it because you know what? He paid her millions. That is.
It's also, I've been thinking about this. Like, what kind of news would it take to bring the world to a standstill again? Is it even possible anymore? Because I remember 9/11. I remember the Iraq War. These things were fundamental. On every news channel, obviously that's not the same landscape we have today, but maybe that's the situation, is that we are so fundamentally divided and atomized that there's literally nothing that would cause every news service, every algorithm to tell everybody the same thing. You know what I mean? Like the fact that the fucking beaver bombs, fucking blowing up Hamas, blowing up Hezbollah, I mean, people somehow defended Hezbollah. A lot of people did, and reframed it as some kind of act of terrorism, as some discriminate act of cowardly fucking technology terrorism. And I mean that's a really funny thing from the fucking wanker left-wing media. It's like, this opens up a terrifying new frontier in online fucking terrorism. It's like, nigga, these beepers were produced in like 1987 or whatever, 1993. Mossad have been pulling this kind of shit for fucking ever. It's a big operation, but is it technologically advanced? Did it use fucking super neo algorithms and stuff to pull it off? Nah, it just needed fucking a couple of names of a couple of dirty Mohammeds, and they were fucking off to the races.
the problem in our society is that money talks and bullshit walks. We should have held them accountable. I'm shocked that her family didn't go after her peers because I know you're a father. I'm not a father of my nieces and nephews. If that was my daughter, I saw that on camera, it would have been a rap for me. Plain and simple. I think we have to hold these people accountable.
But that's the point right there. And that energy is somebody who's been molested, who survived molest, right? There's no money that you can pay me to feel good about the experience, pay my family to forget about the experience. And I think the problem happening right now, at least in this country with entertainment, is that people are going for money grabs. So it is making it hard to decide what isn't. I mean, there's so much around this case that you can't look at the video and not see a man beating.
That's the problem. Is like, what's the options? Take the money or get destroyed by money with the money that this fucking Philistine throws in his lawyers. Drag up every single thing you've ever done, make people question your integrity in your value as a witness. Fuck your mind. Have bogus orders put on you. You know, turn up at your house uninvited with papers, shit like that. Yeah. It's really fucking insidious, man. And it's complex. And sometimes it's like, yeah, well, fucking let's just move to Barbados, I guess.
In a woman in a public hallway and make any excuse for that, but you also can't make excuse for a hotel taking $50,000 to cover it up. You can't make it like you can't understand how he hired a trainer to train his girlfriend, who they say he was allegedly involved with, who then goes and dates, marries, and has a baby with the girlfriend. I mean, there's so many layers to this crazy story. I think the biggest issue to what you just said was that people have become apathetic with the abuse, with the narcissism, with the coercion, with the intimidation, and with the sex crazed industry right now. That is like just another blip on social media, and it is an epidemic that I think, as we go back to what I said earlier and what we started at the top of this broadcast, that this is going to trail back to a lot of people that all of us are going to go, what? Who? When? And sadly, some of your favorite stars are going to be the face.
I mean, I think on the point, I think morality is a model. People like me being made an example of and be put away in prison for, I don't know, 300 years. For me, it's one time. People like Epstein, people like Harvey Weinstein, people like P. Diddy, should get the death penalty. I can't think of anything worse than the things he's charged with. And to just put him in prison and give him 3 square meals a day, for me, I don't think it's good. There is nothing worse than systemically taking advantage of people, drugging them, assaulting them, passing through a hotel hallway brazenly. Like you said, she was a ragdoll. What do you have to do to lose your life? How much do you have to degrade other people? How much do you have to take away their freedom for you to actually lose their lives? Someone like you.
Well, you have to stand up for democracy, don't you? You have to stand up for common sense. You have to stand in the face of true evil. And then you'll get fucking knocked out, or at least they'll try, right? Right? Or of course you can sell yourself to the devil and take 17 myocarditis shots, and then you'll open your window while you're driving, your fucking brain will explode, or your heart will probably.
I'm sorry, it should be the easy. There is no amount of 30, 40, 50 years that can ever make up for what people do. I think that's a small consolation that he doesn't get to live his days out and reflect on how much he's been a bad boy.
Lord Jafar, you know him. The kind of person is, you don't know him at all. What would you say his character, his personality is like?
I think he's definitely a narcissist. You know, I had an interaction one time where it turned out he was maybe dealing with the same girl, but I wasn't aware of it, right? So he comes up to me, we're in a party in LA, and now it's not telling me now that fast forward to all of this. He said to me, I'm supposed to go with you tonight. And so in that moment, it's like he's trying to let me know that he deals with this girl her and never, you know, seen her again. Yeah, that was just crazy. I was like, this is a bit interested right here.
Yeah, that's gross. He's fucking acting like a PIMP. I'm proud of being a pimp. That's disgusting. Fuck, man.
I also want to say people are forgetting that in the early 90s, he had a celebrity basketball game at City College in Harlem, which I attended, and at least 9 people died due to his negligence, including a girl that I know that I grew up with named Sonia Williams, rest in peace to her. And I thought he was going to be done back then. I'm like, there ain't no way that he can come back from this. And money and coupled with records and all of that. And he was back. He was stronger than that. Actually, I think that was pretty bad boy.
Wow.
And like, Lord, to your point, didn't Kanye call him? I it took every time. Let me go Vinny for his reaction. Like, well, Lord, going off of this point, I mean, Kanye West, you know, he said a lot of crazy stuff in the past, but sometimes, you know, maybe he's right. He called Kanye, he said he was a fat, he was doing all this stuff, recording all these people, and like you said, getting away with everything, bro. Getting away with murder, getting away with all this stuff, and he just dies in the raindrops, as if he's being protected, just like in that scene, but now they always have to have the ball guy, and yeah, I think Lord's, he's on point.
I mean, Jason, I met Diddy 3 times. He was always like quite quietly spoken, polite, charming. I mean, he was a comedian character for what we're now reading about him, but you worked with him. Was this all a facade? You know, could he turn on the charm and the respectful politeness when he went to, and actually also be
my show, when the Jason Lee show aired, it first aired on the remote network, so that was the extent of our relationship. Let's be clear, I wasn't close to him, I wasn't a friend of his, and anything we talked about was related to the show. But I told a story some time ago about when I was at his birthday party, and I was taking a picture of the boy, and he walked in. I said, hey, you want to get in the picture? And he, as he was walking over, he was saying something like, you know, you better not ever F with me, you know, because I'm different. You know, there's a problem. But I thought he was just drunk, playing around, you know, and then when the stories come out that he allegedly spoke his credit card and those things, you wonder was he actually correct you. But I wanted to go back to, and two things can be true. You can have a school in Harlem helping young kids, and you can be a cultural icon and put out great music and clothing, and, you know, take a different brand, make the rock and make it a cultural thing around the world.
Don't hear fucking you guys or Method Man. Well, fucking knock on wood, but you know what I mean? Like, how far, yeah. How far Snoop Dogg off the fucking Snoop Dogg? Hey, Poop Dog, what's up, nigga?
But also be Dr. Jekyll at the same time. But I wanted to go back to Lord Jamar where he's talking about, you know, him saying you can have this and that. Lord Jamar, you know, in our culture, like, I want to preface this and say I'm not apologizing for it, and I'm just telling you what it is, and Esther, please bear with me. We all know that there are pass-arounds that these entertainers call a reference to women. Young women, and I say young, meaning 23, 22, 24, just want to be around the culture, want to get pass them around. Again, I don't want to that is just what it is with everything else, but that also shouldn't give these rappers the belief, the license that a young woman who's consenting to having these experiences cannot go home when she wants, can be held against her will, and can be forced to do things that she doesn't want to do. And I think what's going to happen as this all rolls out, tell me if I'm wrong. Some of these lines may have gotten blurry with some of these guys, but it doesn't make it okay. And I go all the way back to Esther's point. I want to see more people held accountable who participated in that.
Let me ask a little about this. I'll come to you, Bruce. I know you want to say something in a second. What appears to be crazy conspiracy theories that have surrounded the years, which may not look quite so crazy. For example, Similarly, the Shine shooting cover, a former protege Shine was sentenced for assault conviction, was sent from a 1999 nightclub shooting in New York involving Billy and his then girlfriend Jennifer Lopez. Many people like Shine to the fall. Dilly, on those two things, should we now reevaluate those? Are they not as crazy as people like to pretend the conspiracy theories are? Are they actually theories which are conspiracy?
I think you have to look at his whole history, going back all the way back to Uptown Records and all that stuff. There's been a lot of things that have transpired, and yeah, whatever rumors you may have, listen, I'm from New York, so that thing that happened with Shine and all that, there was a lot of stuff that the street knew about, that papers and all that type of stuff. Yeah, that the papers didn't have. So yeah, it just all depends where you're at. But yeah, I would look at those things and I don't know if he's guilty of all things, but at the same time, where there's smoke, there's fire.
I mean, I think the interesting thing that we can establish is volatile exclusive character. I mean, people are still looking, saying that conspiracy should be excluded. Because it doesn't make sense that a previously healthy 47-year-old dies from pneumonia. I have a friend who's a doctor, she said that just doesn't happen. You only hear of people dying from pneumonia in the 21st century in their 80s or 90s, right? But we know that anyone who is in PD's orbit is attempting to get into some suspicious situation. I mean, their car owner, for example, dying at 47 from pneumonia. You know, having people that say there was people that shot them in the face and they'd be willing to have a piece of the bullet that is still lodged in their body examined just to convict them. I mean, these things are not coming up for no reason. There's so many songs out there now that people are combing through meticulously. But it's like, oh wow, this is reference to PD, 50 Cent is ultimate troll. He's been trolling PD for years, right? All of these things, so many people knew. And I think if the people at the top, the rappers in the industry, the entertainers and all of that, were willing to step forward and say, listen, this is what I know, this is what I saw. I think.
And follow the money, because there's always I don't think Kanye was wrong. It's like Jews versus Brews, Jews versus Hebrews. But yeah, look, there are a lot of people in leisure suits and a lot of older yeah. There's a lot of suits, leisure suits and Armani suits. Yeah.
Could have a massive chain effect, and you could see the people that were in sort of the chain of command actually going down as well.
And you know, you look at probably something, you look at Justin Bieber, who looks at the broken up right now. You do wonder how much of that he went through all this, and what may have really gone on with him. Again, there are a lot of rumours about what may have been done or not done to Justin Bieber when he was around the scene, when he was young, underage. And I look at him now, there's something very off with Justin Bieber, which makes me think.
Justin Bieber has been acting maligned by everybody who's working, honestly.
Yeah.
But there's a video out there where Genie's talking to him and saying, you know, you haven't called me, or blah, blah, and he looks so uncomfortable with it. He just looks so uncomfortable.
It's horrible.
One of the things I wanted to say is he doesn't mess with the rich and powerful. The people who are big time this and that, these freak offs were a sexual deviation of a magnitude nobody could really see coming. And they don't happen with people he doesn't have control over, whether it's by drugs or your career or physical domination. And that doesn't generally happen with the Jennifer Lopez's of the world or some of the other people that are much more high profile. The people who are lower profile, well, he's got his finger on their neck, basically, and those are the people he can control. And so, and that's different than the past
pussy hounds.
around, or the groupies that hang out at the parties and that kind of thing. It's a completely different scenario.
I think he's used to control those bigger people. You understand what I'm saying? If he gets somebody that's at a super high level and he gets them in a compromising position, as he can't in every room in the house, that's how he gets control over more powerful and gains more power.
Yeah, I think it could be both, couldn't it? It could be that he has the control, as Bruce says, over normal people that he puts in control, but that he also has a lot of photographic evidence of famous and powerful people up to no good, which he could leverage against him. He could quite possibly be both. No doubt we'll find out. Just finally, the process itself. What will now happen? What is the time scale? And what are the conditions that he's living in? Because all the newspaper reports has been held have been pretty hellish in their description of what it's like. What kind of life is he currently having in there, and what happens?
He's isolated because of his celebrity status, so he's not going to have any contact with any other inmates. He's at Metro in New York, which is just a hellhole. The next step in the process would be a motions hearing, probably a motion to suppress the searches of his LA and New York or Miami homes, and that'll go nowhere. And then the trial schedule. They have to have a trial within a certain amount of time, but there's so much discovery in this case that it's going to take a while. So I bet you don't see a trial for a year or thereabouts, and he's going to sit that entire time. And he'll be suicide.
Well, Vinny, I'll end with you, Vinny, but we know what happened with Epstein in precisely this scenario, and that is that he ended up dead before all these famous names were dragged in through a court process. Do you fear the same thing will happen again?
I don't put nothing past this cabal of evil people. Patrick David interviewed Epstein's brother, who doesn't believe that his brother committed suicide. This is his own actual brother. This is how this operation works. Are you ready? I don't know if Diddy's that he quite possibly could be, or what that. Imagine you're a powerful senator, you're a prince, you're whatever. Go to a party, a Diddy party, Epstein party, whatever. You have the time of your life, you get drunk, you get drugged up, whatever. Then you come home, and this person, or the people that represent this person, that's on this mission, calls you and says, hey, we want X, Y, and Z. And you say, hell no. They go, oh, really? Check your email. And it's a photo or a video of you doing something insane, and you say, yes. Yes, I'll give you whatever, I'll give you anything you want. And just very quickly here, which I believe could be with Diddy. And Diddy, listen, and this gentleman said he has a year's trial. Think about Epstein committed suicide. The camera wasn't working. The guards didn't know. All the theories, BS things. Everybody knows what happened. Let's not play those games. And so just really quick at the end here, with Justin, that's one of the most egregious. Besides Cassie getting dragged, Justin Bieber did an interview on a podcast here, and he said he was crying. And you're right, Pierce. He looks like a shell of a human being who's bawling, saying about Billie Eilish, I don't want her to lose it. Yeah. And that it is that innocence of a child, Pierce. And going off of what she said earlier, I believe anything that sexual assault, the video of him and pedophilia and molesting and raping young children, that I do believe that penalty is hands down that has to be, because that'll put fear in these people's hearts up here, because these elites, these demonic people, we have 380,000 children, unaccompanied minors, they're lost at a border, missing. We don't know where they are, and this is what feeds into these cabal of these people, and they go missing. So I would like to hope that that penalty put fear in these people's hearts, because nothing else is working here. And that's
if there was any of that, though, that would be the
what would be recordings? Wait, hold on 1 second.
Anything like that, that would be in the indictment. I guarantee it would be in the indictment.
So here's my question. No, but which I agree, but who's to know that airplane got arrested with Cassidy or with that video came out? There was a Love Air, his jet flew to an island. Was he on it? Was he not on it? But what was on it to a country that had no extradition? So who knows what was on that plane? What tapes? What video? What recording? Listen, with the character of Diddy, nothing. I don't put nothing on the table. Right? If their tapes are on there, why would
through the process because as a black man, I'm not going to sit here and say that Epstein and Diddy need to be lumped in as the same. He gets to stand trial on his own transgressions and the things that have been claimed against him. And we are talking today in America about a black man that was executed yesterday unjustly. And I want to say Donald Trump, who's running to be the president, has 34 charges against him, found guilty for him running for the highest office in the land, and also wanted to execute the Central Park Five when they were not guilty. So I just want to be very clear that he has to go through his process. The people who were victimized allegedly have to come forward. And guess what? Everybody else, back to what Esther said at the top of this, I want to end, that was involved, if it happened, needs to be standing next to him in trial, being charged with the same crime. Because it's not fair to allow somebody who's been victimized like me to walk around and run into somebody at the supermarket who booked that flight where I got hurt.
Okay, gonna leave it there. Excellent panel. Thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate it.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see what's new.
The Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement confirms that 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been cut at the border and then released into the United States. The letter here tells the tale. I'm John Roberts in Washington. We'll do this.
Means they are here, and this is just an unbelievable development. I'm Samson, New York. Good to be with you, John. This is America Report. Let's get right to Bill Melugin. He's got the news for us. He's live out of Dublin, Arizona right now, where Vice President Kamala Harris is set to visit later this afternoon. Bill, the details of this news, what do you have?
Yeah, and Sandra, bear with me. We just got these numbers moments ago, but it's a jaw dropper to say the least. So to set the stage here, let me just explain what these numbers mean. ICE has something called a non-detained docket. Essentially what that is it means migrants who were encountered by DHS but are no longer in federal custody. So who's on this non-detained docket? It's illegal immigrants who are caught and released at the border, released with the court date years away, their immigration proceedings, combined with illegal immigrants who have already been ordered, deported from the country by a judge, but are still here roaming the country. So keep that in mind, this non-detained docket. According to a letter that the acting director of ICE just sent to Texas Congressman Tony Gonzalez, on ICE's non-detained docket, they're currently tracking 425,000 non-citizens who have been convicted of a crime. Of that number, over 13,000 non-citizens have convictions for homicide and are on the non-detained docket, meaning they're in the country right now. On top of that, there are another 15,811 non-citizens convicted of sexual assault who are roaming the country right now on ICE's non-detained docket. It doesn't stop there. Those are convictions. The ICE director also says there are currently just under 1,900 non-citizens on the non-detained docket who have pending homicide charges who are roaming the country, and another 4,250 non-citizens who have pending sexual assault charges who are roaming the country on the non-detained docket. So people's eyes might be glazing over right now with all the numbers we just threw at you. Just to put it in a nutshell right here, what we've learned from the acting as director via this letter to Congressman Tony Gonzalez is right now there are over 13,000 illegal aliens convicted of homicide who are roaming the United States right now. There are another 15,811 illegal aliens roaming the country right now who have been convicted of sexual assault, and there are even more who are facing charges for homicide and charges for sexual assault. So this just goes to show, guys, the non-detained docket has exploded under the Biden administration to over, I believe it's 7.3 million.
Mental.
They're anticipating to hit 8 million by the
Babu. Mama me. Mama meow. Me. Mama me. Mama me. Mama me. Me. So I'm feeling a little bit better. I haven't totally run out of food. I've only got grains and fucking cereals left. Living off sugar and vinegar and lemons. But not feeling too bad. Maintaining my carbs through sugar and stuff. At the minute. Hopefully I'll be able to have something to eat on Monday. But sugar is food. Even if you consume it in a liquid form, I guess. Cooked up some lemons. I love attrition. I love it. I love living on the razor's edge. Anyway, I'll get out of bed now. No. Just a sec. No. Oh, kitty. Oh, Jasper. Du är så vackra fint. Oh, shit. Working on an energy deficit all the time is just hard. It's like I wake up and I'm like, fuck yeah, let's fucking smash it. Then 2 hours later, I'm like, oh my god, I need to fucking bust a nut and have a lie down, eh? Innit, Jasper? We need to bust nuts, don't we? Don't bust your nut, mate. I'm not fucking weird, but you know what I mean, like. Busting a nut with my cat on my stomach. See, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Like a cat, you can kind of like jerk off in front of them without it being weird. But like with a dog, it wants to like fucking lick your nuts all the time and stuff. It's like fucking, you can kick him off. Not that I ever just said that, but you know what I mean, like, that's yeah. Okay, I discovered a documentary about non-binary, which will be interesting to watch. I'm sure it's a bunch of cult nonsense, but we shall certainly find out when I gain the energy to move. Cheese Louise. Fuck on Cheese Louise, man. Oh, fuck. Streaming addiction, man. Fucking streaming addiction. It's like you reach a point where it's like, I don't want to watch anything unless I'm streaming it, sharing it, and keeping it for posterity. It's fucking, it's not a good mentality to be, but at the same time, it's like when, you know, maybe this is the last 5-6 weeks of the world. If at that, who knows? Who's to say? And the sad thing is, America gets blown off the map. Anywhere gets blown off the map, apart from where I am in Australia. But hi, hey, hey. But you know what I mean? Like and that's why I'm so terrified about this situation. Is like, how the hell am I meant to know what the heck's going on? Nobody's telling me. There's no centralized news service anymore. Whether that was a good thing to begin with, I don't know. Probably not, but you know what I mean? Like, at least when there was actual, you know, professionals and not just you know, activist journalists. I don't know. I fucking don't know. Who's to say? Who's to say? Okay. Not gay. No homo. Fuck. Oh, shit. This is not going to be an all-nighter, that's for sure. That is for sure. For shizzle. Oh, donkey balls. Oh, fuck. Donkey balls McNuggets. Donkey balls McNuggets. Shit. It's interesting how it's chicken McNuggets and not McChicken nuggets. Could I have some McChicken nuggets? What's in a McChicken? I don't know, a bit of anus, the lips, a bit of tail. But chickens don't have tails. I don't know. Lucky it's chicken then. Let's get this rig crack-a-lackin'. Donkey Ball McNuggets. What?
I will work to ensure Ukraine prevail in this war. To be safe, secure, and prosperous, the United
Like, how the fuck are you gonna do that? How the fuck?
States must continue to fulfill our long-standing role of global leadership. We must stand with our allies and our partners. We must defend our democratic values and stand up to aggressors. And we must stand for international order, rules, and norms. Each one of these principles is
Heavens to Betsy, man. Heavens to Betsy.
in Ukraine. And that is why Ukraine's fight matters to the people of America. Ukrainian people are bravely defending their homes and their homeland, their freedom and their democracy against brutal dictators. And the American people know well the meaning of freedom, of independence, and the importance of rule of law. These ideals are central to who we are as Americans. And some of the most important moments in our history have come when we stood up to aggressors like just as we must today. Indeed, standing with our friends and defending our ideals against tyranny has helped make America the most powerful and prosperous nation in the world.
Oh, that's how you did it, is it?
It's not only an attack on the people of Ukraine, it is also an attack on fundamental principles such as sovereignty and territorial integrity.
That's so
International
crazy.
laws are not some abstract notion. They provide order and stability in our world. They support American security and American prosperity. And when they are threatened anywhere, they are threatened everywhere. History has shown if we allow aggressors like them,
If they are threatened anywhere, they are threatened everywhere. Never heard that argument before. And I keep on going on about this weird fucking argument binary of like, that didn't offend me, but it could have offended someone else, and that really offends me. You know? It's like the offending of the non-offensive. The offending by the non-offensive. It's like, that wasn't offensive, but it could have been, and if it was, I'd be really offended. And again, it's like, as I said, it's more important to make correct choices on your friends than viable choices for your enemies. You know? Choosing shifty friends, choosing fucking bad faith actors as the people you trust. Whew. Just want to smooch less. Smidge more. Not very much. Fuck's sake, that's alright. That's good. That's about it. Fucking can't listen to this Santa for much longer.
They plan they keep going. And Putin could set his sights on Poland, the Baltic states, and other NATO allies.
But he doesn't want to, you fucking idiot. This fucking even could if. it's the argument of fucking, yeah. It's crazy. And it's like, is Israel not an ally? Is Israel not a friend of yours? Were they not attacked brutally and horribly and had a right to defend themselves? You know? And you're talking about an aggressor now. They have gone into Russia. That is no longer an interior war. So, the fuck, homie? The fuck?
We also know that other movie aggressors around the world are watching to see what happens in Ukraine. If Putin is allowed to win, they will become emboldened. And history reminds us, and history is so clear and reminds us.
Yeah, if Israel's allowed to win.
We cannot and should not isolate ourselves from the rest of the world. Isolation is not insulation. So then, the United States supports Ukraine not out of charity, but because it is in our strategic interest. We will continue to provide the security assistance Ukraine needs to succeed on the battlefield, as demonstrated by President Biden's significant announcement earlier today. I've been proud to work alongside President Biden and the 15-nation coalition we have built up to allow Ukraine to defend itself. Thanks to this coalition and the skill and the bravery of the Ukrainian people, along with your institution, Ukraine has stood up to Russia's aggression, and today, Kyiv stands free and strong. President Zelensky, I am clear. Who started this war and he could end it?
No, you fucking started the war, you dumb bitch. Like this gaslighting, her making a conference to NATO 4 days before the war started was all just a coincidence. It was just a Munich bomb fucking coincidence. Seriously? You know, you're talking to a fucking professional jailer and a fucking television actor. How seriously can I fucking take it?
If he simply withdrew his troops from Ukraine and sought the territory. Of course, he has demonstrated no intention of doing that. Instead, he continues to.
Don't mention the fact that they have gone into Russia. They are in Russia. Fucking idiots going into Russia in fucking autumn. This is not a good idea. And the only chance of them fucking pulling out with half a dick left is if these fucking cock munchers fucking come in and act like the fucking big bad fucking Yankee Doodles again. Or whatever, man. I don't know, man. This whole thing just makes me question the narrative of America being the greatest nation in the world and right. I know Australia sure as fuck isn't the best country in the world, but at the same time, I haven't been to every country in the world. Nor has she, nor has he, nor have any of us unless we have. You know, therefore to make any grand statement of this and that and the other, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I hear Costa Rica's pretty nice. Terrorize.
Switzerland in June, along with 90 other nations, the Ukraine peace conference I told you, the United States shares your vision against this war.
We share your vision. Again, it's about vision. This is my reality. This is my dream, and we will see it through, even in the face of calamitous reality coming down on your head, of monumentous, like non-ability for this fucking thing to ever fucking happen. fucking crazy, man. Like, is this what America is now? Like, standing up to the dreams of the delusional and paranoid?
It ends based on the will of the people of Ukraine and the UN Charter. And that we must work with the international community to secure a just and lasting peace. And I told the world leaders there, nothing about the end of this war.
A just and lasting peace. Is that even possible? I mean, do just pieces last? And do unjust pieces not last? I'm confused. Like, who's to say? And again, this is narrative control. You know, you keep a populace completely naive and ignorant to true geopolitical facts. You can fucking, you know, say whatever the fuck you like in the end, can't you? And they'll have no means to question it. Because it's like, oh, well, of course Putin's blah, 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 and of course Zelensky's blah, 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 so, you want to talk about the fact that Ukraine isn't holding fucking democratic elections because of this? Hey. You know what I mean? Like, you want to talk about the fact that Zelensky is not a fucking good faith actor? He's just a fucking West Oriental gentleman, as we used to call them, WOGs. You know, and look, I knew a Ukrainian guy in high school. Pretty smart guy, pretty clever, but knew he was way more clever than he actually was, if you know what I mean. Really nice guy. But at the same time, like, their super strength seems to be their arrogance or something, or their self-belief, even in the face of, like, tragically fucking difficult, you know, difficult odds to overcome.
Can be decided without Ukraine. However, in Canada, I can't believe this about that. There are some in my country who would instead force Ukraine to give up large parts of its sovereign territory, who would demand that Ukraine accept neutrality and would require Ukraine to forego security relationships with other nations.
Well, they're not part of NATO, as far as I can tell.
These proposals are the same as those. Let us be clear. They are not proposed for peace. Instead,
see, this is what confuses me so much. It's like they're trying to conflate this enemy status of Russia and Putin with, like, the Cold War and stuff. But, like, y'all know we were fighting the fucking Soviets back then. It was an ideological war of, like, communism versus Western democracy or whatever. Now, Putin's Russia is no longer a communist country. And as far as I can tell, it's probably more fucking free right now than the West is. Possibly. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be very, very wrong. The live streams that I've hung out with Ruskies, yeah, it doesn't seem like that. I don't know, man. It's a completely different society and stuff. But this conflation of, you know, Putin being, you know, we created this system. We lobbied for fucking communism to collapse in Russia. And now what? 35 years later, we're brutal to the death enemies with Russia again. So what does it, if they've changed, what does that say about us? What does that say about this fucking bad teeth, bad faith fucking bologna sandwich woman?
Or surrender, which is dangerous and unacceptable. So President Zelensky,
So surrender is dangerous and unacceptable. See, that cuts to the very key of these fucking Philistines. Surrender, admitting that you are wrong, is not an option. It's not viable. To concede that you are wrong, that you are on the wrong side of history, is not acceptable. To admit that you are fucking dumb and fucked in the head is not acceptable.
today, and I will continue to work with you to ensure Ukraine prevails in this conflict and remains a free, democratic, and independent nation.
Oh, like those free and democratic elections that he's not holding. Right. Just like the free and democratic elections that you fucking wish wouldn't happen yourself in your own country.
Madam Vice President, thanks for the invitation. Happy to see you. Dear journalists, I want to especially thank
for your washing machines to clean my dirty underpants.
For your participation in the 3pisode.
And the clean clothes. I look like a human being now, not like a dirty walrus, like a dirty anorexic walrus.
And really it was very important, and we remember it. The format was successful. We are preparing the second one, and now we have to end this war. We need a just peace. We must protect our people, Ukrainian families, Ukrainian children, and everyone from good to civil. We are grateful to America for supporting Ukraine.
See, this is where wokeness goes. This is the logical breakdown. You know what I mean? Where we're like dudes who have fuck all chance apart from conceding defeat. And conceding defeat is not an option. Conceding defeat is unacceptable. That's why they pulled out like a fucking little fucking sissy faggot first time with a fucking prostitute in fucking Afghanistan. You know, couldn't concede that the war was lost or whatever. Just fucking pulled out like a dirty fucking John. You know, fucking sprayed cum all over the room and fucking put on their pants and fucking smoked a cigarette and walked away as if they'd never done it, you know. These are fundamental dilemmas that I mean, look, I don't have to because I live on my own property. Like, I fucking own my land. I live in my own land with my own people. So this is not some defensible situation that I need to deal with. You know what I mean? Like, at this point at least. But for y'all have to contend with this shit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it seems like America is just it's just the history of a people with fucking thought viruses. Like, you know, controlled by Hollywood, controlled by Congress, controlled by unions, controlled by autocrats. You know, as they say, man, freedom ain't free, and y'all just want free freedom or something, and ultimately free freedom is like fucking Facebook. You know, when freedom is free, you're paying with it in your negation of freedom. You know, I didn't get to this point where I could fucking act on my own and be my own best instigator by doing nothing with my life. You know what I mean? I'm not beating myself up for nothing, but I'm gonna just say, like, you know, even though I've been through terrible things, I've struggled absolutely horribly with a lot of things that have held me back. And at the end of the day, I've never given up. You know what I mean? Like, even in the depths of what I've been through, you know, I'd still make my appointments. I'd still try and do things. I'd still continue to try and remember what made me happy. You know, and try to mold a reality in which I could still continue to exist. Didn't work out perfectly always, if ever. You know, didn't exactly end up with a fucking deep bench. But at the end of the day, what would I prefer? One honest person in my life, or fucking Philistines like these people? I'm not even gonna fucking, yeah. Okay. Off the Binary, a film about non-binary teens. This came out 2 days ago. It's 245 views. Misha, check out this one. This is gonna be fucking fire. I don't know how much I can deal with, but certainly find out.
For a group that has had more so than critical, and may have been further into the
Oh, this is starting out. The following film was made between March 2024 and August 2024, while Day Crawford was 17 and Maxwell Ray was 15, 16. Shit. So this is gonna be fucking low rent shit, eh? I imagine. Or it could be amazing. This film is dedicated to the life and memory of Next Benedict. He off the binary. Filmed by Day Crawford and Maxwell Ray. And it's got a...
This is a film about non-binary teens. And we focus specifically on queer teens because in some cases they are underrepresented group, or a group that has had a struggle more so than queer adults who may have been further into the coming out journey than others. It's important to talk about our experiences that way we feel less alone. And
It looks like the
teens who are yet to know what they are have a safe space. It also highlights our struggle of being specifically non-binary and how we as teens have had to manage that struggle with our relationships, school, and our families. What is your name, or if you do have one, a preferred name? Are you out being non-binary, and do you have any other identities, including that?
I'm Jesse Brewer. Friends know, some immediate family knows.
pretty much it. Yeah, I mean.
My name is Eris. I have been out for about 3 years now. And in addition, I'm also queer and unmixable.
I like to call myself Jux, as is shown by my Discord username. That's not my actual name. I like to go by it. I would like to be called Jux. I am not out to my family. I am out to practically everyone online and my close friends.
This is not a documentary.
Can't do that because there's too strict boundaries. You can't be in between or either or. And it's like, so a little bit of a struggle, but not.
So these are people, these are reality fighters, you know. They're fighting against the systematic oppression of biology. And it's interesting because I was in like a, well, it was purportedly for bisexual people, but it's called not defining or non-defining or something. And like the fucking leader, like, you know, sex therapist, blah blah blah, genders are binary, rah, you know, fuck conservative people, blah blah blah. And that were a he they. And again, this whole thing where it's just like, fucking pick a side, homie. You know, if you want to be a he, or you accept that you present as a he, just fucking call yourself he. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a fucking multiple choice. You know? They think it's a multiple choice.
Not like as bad as other people.
It's definitely a challenge because although being trans is a fluid identity where you're not one thing or the other, you're not changing from this to that, which is.
Darling, you will always be a 14-year-old girl. I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Like, the fucking truth hurts. Does the truth hurt? The fucking truth hurts. No? I'm sorry, Zelensky. You're never gonna win the fucking war, mate. Have a cry. Wash your underpants. Get the fuck out of here ASAP. You fucking stink like a fucking dirty rat. But, you know, darling, sweetie, beautiful love of my life. You know, you ain't all that.
Being trans is still a thing that people are having to get.
I guess fucking getting good audio is a spectrum as well as it love. You should be focusing on how to make a fucking movie and not about your fucking 17 million neo-ponce pronouns.
But nowadays it's becoming more accepted where people understand it more. Where they look at you're a man and now you're a woman sort of thing. Which that's not how I started, but that's how you're starting to understand it. But for non-binary people it's more like, okay, so are you both? Are you neither? Some people just think that you're weird and they don't understand it and they don't try to understand it. Which is sort of been the main thing. Yeah.
It's like they're trying to talk about like goth music or something. They just don't understand, man. Susie and the Banshees, man. No. We just want to hang out at the Batcave, man. Isn't Batman so goth and dark, man?
In public in someone's jersey, you can't necessarily say, hey, like, that's, you know, if you're just out in public and you don't know them, it's hard to get a case. I understand that country and pronouns, you know. But if you were fully presenting as like a feminine woman and they would purposely discover you, it would be easier to say, I use your pronouns. So that's been my main struggle, is just having people want to understand. And once they have that want, getting them to understand it and want it.
Yes, I want to understand your mental illness so that they can correctly diagnose and treat it. Oh, here's
Have you
another
experienced
here.
any barriers to expressing yourself fully, or any forms of discrimination from friends, family, or strangers? If so, what are those experiences?
There are, at the schools that I've been to, there have been a lot of people who kind of see it as a joke. Especially when I first came out, there were people like, oh, well, you know, you're really a girl, so, you know, stop pretending. And so that was definitely difficult, and just a lot of people just kind of.
Why the fuck couldn't any of these people be like, when it's like, you know, Cheryl, fucking put a dress back on, you're a fucking girl, and she's like, fucking, of course I am. How did I fucking get that mixed up? Take me, you know. See, I mean, I think, look, I mean, the point of debate, personally, as much as we have our arguing points and stuff, ultimately, I don't think there's any point debating if you are a true believer. You know, if you have faith in your message, then you can see when there are points that belittle your position, you know. But if you have true belief, if you know in your heart of hearts that you are right, even in the face of reality, even in the face of evidence, and your response to evidence and reality is you're not developing, you're not changing. That's stagnation, you know. That's retardation, or at least, you know, it's like this fucking mental mongoloidism. It's like they're trying to purely by mental effort add an extra fucking chromosome to themselves, so they'll be fucking Down syndrome people. You know, that said, that's an insult to Down syndrome people, the way some of these fucking idiots behave. No shade on Down.
It's refusing to see me like I really am, which I've mostly just learned to ignore them if it's not.
They don't want to see you as you really are. What the fuck does that mean? How I really am? Well, darling, you look like a 14-year-old girl with a fucking green rinse through her hair. So, what exactly is this real you that people aren't seeing? You know, I don't know. That's far.
Time.
Well, I feel like if I started, because I would like to present androgynously, but I feel like if I started doing that, that would make, like, that would like trigger some reactions in my parents, I think. So I think that's a barrier. Also, cool, too.
My parents are transphobic, and so I haven't been able to be fully out because of it.
So this is a they, he, she, and she's got a big fucking like
name on like school forums and such, and yeah.
Yeah, I've certainly experienced barriers. Most of the kids in my school, whenever I try my hair, because I try to make my hair look good, because whenever I have it down, it doesn't really look like it. They'll question me. They always end up with questions like I'm supposed to stay in a bubble.
but when I try and be flexible about myself, I made a joke about because for friends project, we were gonna walk down like the costume while wearing something, and we were gonna describe what we were wearing. And for fun, I wasn't actually gonna do it, and a joke. Maybe I'll come into school wearing a skirt, and this kid beside me said, "No way, you'll actually do it." Oh my gosh, no, you're so gay. I said, "No, I'm not gonna actually do it. Like, I don't even have a skirt in my house." And he just kept going on about it. And really that kid in my class, he's extremely sorry about that. I'll help him with tests and stuff, but like he'll never see or get to feel like what it feels like when I'm being berated by him. But really my other experiences are like with friends I used to meet in the church that now has this reputation for being very discriminatory against all people.
What does that mean? They're a bunch of cunts.
Thankfully left, but when I told them I heard me for they didn't really like it. They would call Gabo, they would call me tranny. They would ask me if I knew my ex because we both had the same characteristics, which it's great, about that one. They would always look out. It was anything that they could call me. Thankfully, I left that friend group and never really looked back. But I really consider it one of the things that showed that there are going to be barriers to me wanting to express myself as non-binary.
I have. When I came out to one of my grandmothers, she said, "You will always be that name to me."
What do you call herself now?
Continues to call that to this day.
Jay Brayley.
Regarding barriers, I'd say
it's a they.
Just not living in an environment that's very accepting of this kind of thing. I'm there. My family is. I'm not sure what they think of it, but I'm worried of what they might say if I did express myself around. And in terms of discrimination, I haven't experienced much, thankfully, since I'm very selective about who I tell.
Most of the experiences is mainly people choosing not to believe that I am not binary. Like, for example, very religious people. I know that's a big issue.
People who ascribe to reality and shit. Fucking bigots. Racists.
Besides that, I would say just in general, people who don't believe you are something.
Just because you say that I am.
I'd say not being able to get hormone therapy and like clothing that I feel better in. Like I've had to buy all of that myself. So
oh my god! You have to buy your own clothes. There's so much emotional labor. Oh my god. At least she's discovered thrift stores. And of course, she doesn't have a pink pussy hat on. She's got a fucking baby blue pussy hat on. Weird.
I've had not a lot of family support. And then
What does I haven't had a lot of family support mean exactly? Like, it doesn't mean that I have been completely unsupported by my family, does it? It's just like at some point, her mum was like, Denise, I'm not going to get your fucking tits cut off and sold to China.
don't know.
Denise, you can have 49 different pronouns, but fucking eat your broccoli or you're not getting any fucking cookies for dinner. Oppression! Oppression! They make me eat broccoli! Fucking... I don't know if y'all eat broccoli. Probably not.
There's not really that any like super direct hate like that. It's just kind of not actively supporting.
So basically what they're saying is that by not being vilified openly, it's almost worse. By not being actually discriminated against, it's like by not being discriminated, it just shows that the real discrimination that they really want to do against you is so much worse.
Barriers or mainly just my parents, like, cause I do want to dress up more feminine sometimes, but I can't. Also, I would seem, you know, my parents who are religious, who are older generations, they wouldn't see me as their son anymore, their child, so I can't really express myself in that way. That's one of the main difficulties I faced when barrier.
Yeah, I've had barriers to myself. Like when I watched in my head, it was I had to wait a whole year until I could because it was really around time, especially like older family members and certain friends that I had. They didn't understand it and they thought that I was just trying to do them, that I was weird. It just sort of felt like I had an identity that nobody knew about, and I had to
get some synthwave.
I think that works too. I take it really hard. I started questioning it, to be honest. I'm working on it, and I've just been lucky up at this point. I haven't felt anything. To be honest, that kind of sucks for people who have, because then I can't relate, I can't understand, I can't emphasize. But to me, I've just been lucky at this point.
In school, in my choir class, some of the kids who were on the bass side.
And to be honest, that kind of sucks for people who have, because then I can't relate, I can't understand, I can't emphasize. But to me, I've just been lucky at this point.
In school, in my choir class, some of the kids who were on the bass side, because of course it's the basses, when I came up to them and I came up to the class, they were very, like, some of them were very aggressive, like, hey, that's dumb, you're dumb. But after some time we got used to it. Some of them are more accepting because they were also in the closet, and me coming out to them helped them a little bit, knowing that, hey, there was someone similar to them in the class, but others are still not wanting to talk to me, or like barely talk to me only when it's me.
And that's another thing, talking about coming out of the closet as like some imaginary thing that like you saw about on TikTok. That's different than suppressing an urge to, you know, like eat pussy or fucking, you know. It's a different fucking thing. So you can't conflate these things. Well, you can, of course. You can conflate whatever the fuck you like. But ultimately, it's not going to pass the sniff test. You know. As far as I can tell.
So that's the only time I really felt discriminated against inside like a classroom, or not in real life, or like when when I'm like outside at the mall or at a store. I don't really face any of that. I still look very masculine, or that I just don't talk to people when I'm alone, like after work. So
I've had people online say that I don't exist, which I don't think is true. And
Are you sure, darling?
I've also had my ex make fun of me using multiple types of pronouns.
Yes, I have a few times. Like I've tried to explain it to people at school that don't know very well, and
One girl told me that I was going to go to hell. That's just one example. A lot of them I don't really want to talk about, but that's one of them.
I've never had anything specific. I used to have one experience where I tried to use the men's restroom in my middle school, and when I thought I was alone in the bathroom, and when I exited, there was someone using the urinal, and we made eye contact. And it was just a very uncomfortable moment for both of us, because I think he saw me as a girl, and I knew that, and he was clearly about to ask, what did you?
Like, is there in any reality where this person is not, well, oh my God, it's like, darling, darling, sweetie, darling, like, please. Sweetie, darling, please, darling, come on.
You're doing here, and I just ran out.
Yeah,
Exactly. She was the one who was freaked out when she saw a fucking dude pissing. And like, yeah, she thought she was alone. She thought she was alone to fucking transgress. Ooh. But as soon as there's a fucking man in the toilet using the dunny, it doesn't feel so much fun, does it? Does it, darling? And I mean, that's the whole thing, you know. Play dress ups. Put your mum's lipstick on. You can wear a dress. Wear a, you know, wear a maternity frock or whatever the fuck. But, you know, you can look in the mirror with your lipstick on, with your fucking slut fucking eyeshadow on and go, oh my God, I'm such a real woman now. But then to take that into the world and not be treated like some fucking freak show, is that really on us? You know what I mean? Like, just because your beautiful tulip in the mirror says, oh my God, I'm such a wonderful, beautiful woman. Solipsism. Objectivity, subjectivity. Who's to say, man?
You know, you're at
Ask a Houthi rebel.
They call me pedo, tranny, mock my ex, stuff like that. They would call me the absolute. They would even call me the N-word a couple times. They're all white. They would basically never call me by name or pronouns. If I ask them, and then anytime I ask them, they just say F off tranny. So. Yeah, just I've experienced discrimination with that.
Not a lot, not often, not really, because I'm very feminine presenting.
You're a girl, lady.
So it's not like obvious.
I have not faced any explicit discrimination because of my identity, thankfully.
Not really. It's just generally I've been grouped into either a specific, like either of the specific groups instead of accommodated.
What? So she goes from like the weird queer dudes and the bedwetters. Bedwetters of the world, unite and take over. Bedwetters of the world, hand it over. I shall be the leader of the bedwetters. talking on slaps now?
What's going on, y'all, man? It's LA Rich and we back for another video, man. Look, today we have a newcomer on this channel. With that being, let me just read the title. Trans student debate, Michael Nolan, I'm pretty sure that's how you say his name, on transgenderism, gets completely owned. Now look, I told y'all that I was open to reacting to and just, you know, seeing more debates, people that hold these type of debates and everything. I wanted to see more. And y'all had dropped a numerous amount of people for me to watch it that also hold debates like this. So we have another guy right here that holds them as well. And it's going to be my first time watching them and seeing what his debates are like. But before we get into this video, what I want to say is thank y'all so much for helping me. 13,000 subscribers now, man. We're up 13.1 thousand. Another milestone achieved, and it wouldn't be possible without you guys. So just thank y'all again from the bottom of my heart. It truly means the most to me. Nonetheless, we're gonna go ahead and get into this video. Y'all make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Let me know for videos to react to with this from Michael, Harley, whoever does debates or anything. These currently are my favorite type of videos to watch on this channel. So just giving y'all a heads up on that. But yeah, enough talking, man. Let's get into this video.
Recent tactic advocated for the outright eradication of transgenderism from public life, the claim that the supposed right of confused people to pretend to be the opposite sex necessarily infringes on your right to distinguish between men and women. I'm standing here now, a biological male, wearing a dress with a pair of leggings. Do you sincerely believe that I should be subject to punitive justice on the basis of what I'm wearing? And if so, are you willing to turn yourself in for wearing women's panties in your gay college film?
Oh.
Well, I'll take those.
It's the fact that he's not even laughing. He being dead serious, but he can't cry, he don't smile or anything when he said that.
It's in order, I guess. The first one, I would encourage you to behave as a man, is what I would do, because you are a man, and I don't know how exactly you came to the point where you think you're a woman or very much would like to be a woman, but you are. And I don't think anyone who is affirming your delusion is helping you. I don't think they're actually an ally of yours. I think they're lying to you. I think it's very disrespectful, and I think it will not lead to your flourishing. I think it will only commiserate you. And so you might hate me for telling you the truth, but I think the truth will set you free. And furthermore, you are masquerading as a woman. It does infringe on the legitimate rights of women to have their bathrooms. I don't know if you're an athlete. I'm not much of an athlete myself, but the rights of women to have their own sports leagues and the like. That is not something that you have a right to do, no matter how sincerely you believe fantasy, if you're a woman. As to that Yale thesis film, this thing dogs me. You know, back in my wayward youth, I was never a transvestite or homosexual or anything, but I was something even more morally suspect. I was a professional actor, and I played 200 roles, I would estimate, in my acting career. Soldiers, football players, real macho guys. But you played one half gay guy in a Yale thesis film one time, so all anybody wants to talk about it. By the way, I don't remember the exact word from that undergraduate thesis film, but I think it was male attire, but it was a bit risque. There's no question about that. The only further thing I will say about that Yale undergraduate thesis film, that is the most heterosexual thing that has ever been produced at Yale University. Okay, so in the land of the blind, I guess one-eyed man is king. In any case, I think your second question was a little. Your first question, it seems like a sincere question, and my answer to you is sincere.
I'm happy to answer any more questions you have, but I'm not going to lie to you. And I think people who are continuing to lie to you about so basic an aspect of your nature and the rights that you have in political society are not doing you any favors at all.
So having yearned for the days when illegal to cross-dress in San Francisco, I'm just very curious why you're so comfortable, wearing drag in these films. It's really,
I was an actor and I wore silly costumes. I don't have to tell you. If you have a sincere question about the issue or my stance on transgenderism or any advice that you might be seeking, I'm happy to do it. But if you merely want to say that Yale is a bit of a queer school and I was in a student film, I guess I was, and I was basically the most macho guy at that school. What does that tell you about Yale University?
When you harp on your right to distinguish between men and women, are you afraid that you're going to be attracted to trans women?
Okay, that is a wild question right there. That is a crazy question. So when you harp on the trans men and women, are you afraid that they're going to be attracted to trans women? That's a crazy question to ask a straight man. Yeah, but look, the whole thing with it, and I get exactly what Michael is saying. A lot of stress and just people being upset and everything comes with being trans. People wanting to switch their genders, become the other gender. Think about all the things that you hear trans going through on a day-to-day basis as far as things that they complain about, things that they're upset about, claiming that things happen in real life to where they got judged or people were looking at them a certain way, all of this. And it's just for being out and it's just for doing that. Why would we want to put this up here? You get what I'm saying? So I get exactly what you're saying, man. I mean, it's like it's making yourself harder to live with just the whole things that come with it, and literally everything Michael said was on point.
Women, are you afraid that you're going to be attracted to trans women?
I'm not.
You say, right? Are you positive?
Say it again. I didn't hear the second part.
So why is it that you harp on your right to distinguish between men and women? If you can always tell, why is it so hard?
Well, because it's not even merely that you're putting on a dress, it's that you and people who identify as transgender are infringing on rights and spaces that properly belong to women, and you have no right to do that. And so when you ask me, why do you care about this issue? By the way, it's not just me, it's the vast majority of others who care about this. The reason is because we live in a society, we have political rights, and also because we care for the truth. And the very fact that this always happens with the sexual revolutionaries. They always say, if you oppose, if you don't agree with the idea that a man can secretly be a woman, maybe you're a transgender or something. I think the implication is quite clear, which is that you recognize there's something obviously disordered about this identity. That's why in your attempt to insult people for pointing out the truth, you're accusing them of that very same thing. But that inclination, that impulse to see that as a disorder, instructive to you, and I think it could help you if you would allow yourself not to just cast it on someone else, but to look in the mirror.
If you ever want to explore yourself, my Instagram is @DemiGlue, DEMIGLOM.
Thank you so much. I'll have to take a rain check.
Let's see what the comments got to say, man. Let's see what everybody was talking about in the comments. That's a man, doesn't matter what he's wearing. No woman ever dies of prostate cancer. You're trans community. Don't tell me I have to accept you for who you are. Man, you couldn't even accept yourself for who you were and still are. So weird watching a man argue while wearing a dress and not having it be a comedy routine. What an odd time to be. Man, that's it.
Yeah. Modern sexual philosophy and its consequences. Modern art sucks. Man. Okay. Oh my god, there's just so much shit coming at me from every angle. It's just too much, man. It's fucking crazy.
Well, hello there, and welcome to this video. My name is Leah. I am a new and politics YouTuber. I cover things more progressive point of view. And I do Wednesday and Saturday shows where I talk about big stories, cultural trends, all that stuff. Today's video is going to be a little bit different. You may already know that I am a transgender one, and it so happens that today is like day 374 of HRT for me. That means I've been on hormone replacement therapy for over a year now. This has been a huge milestone for me, and I feel like I need to make a video talking about my first year of transition and also just showing you guys the process that I went through. I have actually posted on my social media on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads every single day of my transition. Now, specifically, TikTok is the one that I started with, so my TikTok account has my entire day one to day today or whatever of my transition, and I didn't even miss a single day, which is pretty awesome. But because of that, I actually have a lot of photos that I can piece together in like a montage or a collage or whatever you want to call it, and I can show you guys sort of like the beginning to where I am now, and you can see all my progress. I'm not super great at editing, so hopefully I can throw this together and it'll look good and cool and stuff and things, but I'm still like uploading the pictures because it was like there were like so many pictures I had to upload to my computer so that I can, you know, put it in the editing software and stuff. But yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing that with you guys. Now, you have to admit, in the video, to talk about we're going on HRT in the very in the beginning, so I would put like maybe once a week or so, like basically 1 week, until the video, and then I started taking pictures more regularly and sort of ramped that up, taking the pictures every day. So the very beginning of the transition has a little less documentation in terms of pictures, but I still post it every day on TikTok. It's just that those were videos originally. That's kind of what I did mostly for the first 100 days or so. But yeah, I will probably throw that in somewhere in the video, maybe at the end or the beginning. I'm not really sure where I'm gonna put it.
This is really interesting. It's like, yeah, their features do soften, but ultimately, this is a purely narcissistic thing. Clearly, the way they're always looking at the camera, exactly the same, basically. Hi. Hey. You know, it's weird, man.
But the actual supercut collage, montage, whatever you want to call it. But really, I wanted to make this video to talk about my experience because I feel like I grew up in a time period where I had very little access to information. And that's actually why it took me as long as it did to arrive at the conclusion that I was trans. I'm 30 actually, and so for me, I feel a little bit like a late bloomer. Now I know 30 is actually quite young still, and you know it's never too late to transition. I want to make that very clear. It's not like you hit an age where all of a sudden transition is off limits to you. If you're alive and breathing, you still have the chance to live your authentic life. But I just mean that in the sense that I was not one of these people where I was like 2 years old and I like instinctively knew that I was transgender.
What is unreal?
2 years old and I realized I was transgender. The fuck people are you talking to?
Like I did not.
I can't even remember when I was 2 years old. Weird, man. Hey, Misha.
Up in a stable environment. I have a lot of trauma in my childhood, a lot of neglect and stuff like that. And on top of that, even once I was in a more stable home environment, once I was, you know, like 7 and older, even once I was in a more stable environment, that environment was in a red state. I was born and raised in America. I live in America, and I live in a Republican
state. Now, granted, the state's a little mixed. It's kind of a purple state. You know, it's not as red as some other states. It's not as heavily red as some states that I've been to in my lifetime. But still, definitely a conservative ethos in the state that I live in. And what's kind of crazy about that is my family actually voted Democrat, like constantly. Like I had a couple family members. The conservative side of the family, you know, there's that part of it. But definitely a Democratic family, mostly in large part, and still, regardless of that, socially conservative. So basically, all I can say about like, my childhood or being young and stuff like that is that I did have a distinct sense when I was young that something was wrong. And looking back on it now, I can identify experiences and moments where I can see, like, oh, that would have been a sign if I had any information, if I had any education, if I had any good exposure to positive representation, I probably would have known that I was transgender. But, you know, ignorance was a state that I spent a long time in, and it's a...
No, darling, it's because transgenderism didn't exist then. It's like this new fucking escape route that's just been dug into the fucking wall. And now everyone's like, you know, if only I'd known sooner. If only I'd known sooner that this bogus gender ideology existed. Well, it didn't exist, darling. That's why you didn't do it earlier.
Just the way things were when I was growing up. So for me, making this video and talking about my experiences is sort of a cathartic release, but it's also an opportunity for me to put my voice out there, put my experiences out there, so that maybe, just maybe, someone will see this and feel affirmed.
And get a septum piercing. More septum piercings! Free septum piercings!
Feel validated or feel like maybe, hey, you know, this is another person who has relatable experiences that I've had, you know, stuff like that. It's great. I feel like seeing people online talk about their experiences and transition and stuff like that is incredible. So you may be wondering, how did I arrive at the conclusion that I was trans? Like, how did I find out
Gender
that,
dysphoria?
you know, like, being almost 30, I genuinely did not know I was going to transition until maybe 6 months, 4 months or so before my 30th birthday. And honestly, I have to credit one of my best friends in real life, probably my best friend in real life. She started transitioning like a year and a half or so before I did. And her beginning her journey and her process and transition inspired me to look into it more and to learn more about the transgender experience, what people go through, stuff like that, mostly just because I wanted to be a better friend. So it was kind of a big shock to me when I realized, looking into stuff, that I was relating to a lot of the stuff that I was reading. And it kind of made me realize that, like...
That's how they get you. You know, there was an interesting, like, thought experiment / joke type of thing, where it's like they did this specific, there was a specific, what do you call it, like a quiz, like a questionnaire, and it gave all the answers that you gave at the end of it. At the end of this questionnaire, it gave like one generic answer, like you need to, you know, you need to explore your artistic side and open up your heart, blah, 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 blah. Same answer exactly to every single result, and people thought that it was tailored to them, you know. And is this any different? You know, if you feel like this and this and this and this and this, you know, and of course they're very, very broad universal experiences that they're talking about. And clearly this motherfucker has never had gender dysphoria. He hasn't brought it up yet. She hasn't brought it up yet. So...
The reason we were so close and that we got along so well was because we had a lot of very shared
mental illness.
Internal experiences that we were not vocalizing to each other, but were there regardless. Like, I did not have a lot of my friends growing up. Most of my friends were girls, and my best friend that I'm discussing, obviously.
So you're gay.
is a girl, but she did not know that yet. So one thing that cracks me up is that we would always play female characters in video games, and we would never really press each other on it too much because neither of us wanted to admit like why we wanted that so badly to play a female character in every video game. We would come up with these excuses to lob back and forth, like, oh, if you're gonna stare at a butt all day, don't play a third person game. Would you rather stare at a girl's butt? Like, girls' butts are just better than guys' butts. Sorry, I hate to tell you, but that's just the reality of the world. Or we would come up with some excuse.
So there are realities of the world. Ah, so it's an objective fact. Girl butts are better than boy butts.
It's about how like there's too many male protagonists already, so we're just like balancing out the scales of patriarchy or something. But I digress. My friend beginning her transition was really transformative to me. It helped me come to the conclusion that, you know, that was what I needed for myself. So like particularly for me, the things that
that's what I needed for myself. Like get no dysphoria, no just being a fucking little gay cuck makes you think that you should alter your body to shapeshift into something that you never are and never will be. That's really bizarre. That's really far.
That stood out to me the most about relating to the transgender experience had a lot to do with gender envy. Like I have to admit, before starting transition, I didn't.
Okay. This is interesting. Like this guy's fucking saying the quiet bits out loud, which I'm down for. Has he got more subscribers? No, he doesn't have more subscribers than me. Thank God for that. And how many views has this had? Getting almost 400 in 2 days? Okay. I'll swing it your way, my lady.
Really understand dysphoria as much as I understood gender envy. And the unfortunate thing about this is that for the longest time, for basically my entire life, I had confused gender envy for attraction. This is where I have to admit that I'm on the spectrum. So these feelings that I was having were a bit nebulous and they were hard to pin down. And so for a long starting transition, I didn't really understand dysphoria as much as I understood gender envy. And
so you never had gender dysphoria? And yeah, wow. It's like this concept of gender envy, like as I said before, penis envy. Yeah, that's weird, man. So yeah, wow, like attraction and envy. That's a really kind of toxic space to be playing in, isn't it? It's like fucking sycophantism and stuff.
Unfortunate thing about this is that for the longest time, for basically my entire life, I had confused gender envy for attraction. This is where I have to admit that I'm on the spectrum. So these feelings that I was having were a bit nebulous and they were hard to pin down. And so for a long time, I didn't really know what to make of these feelings. Like I would see a really pretty girl, a girl that would dress in a style that I would like to dress in myself, but I didn't know that at the time. And so I would have this like what felt like attraction to me, but it was really a yearning. And it wasn't like...
So it's like this recontextualizing of your reality in hindsight. Oh, I was thinking this, but it actually meant this. Like, I mean, is hindsight really 20/20? Or is it more like 30/20? This is really dangerous, man. And this is like rewriting your own history. Like, I was never attracted to her. I just wanted to be her. That's so weird. It's really strange. And maybe it's true, but I don't know, man. I've heard this argument before of like, you know, trans people watching fucking porn and apparently fantasizing about being the fucked, being the woman and stuff. And I don't know, as an intersex person, it's a bit complicated. And bisexual things, so I don't know, but yeah, as far as this, like, we still haven't talked about dysphoria, and like gender envy as being like a reason to transition. You're gonna learn, darling. You're gonna learn. Nothing, no decision made with envy in your heart is ever gonna end well.
Like, I want to be with her. It was more like I want to be her. So it was more of like an angry envy.
You put the lotions in the basket. This is a fucking Buffalo Bill looking motherfucker. Oh my god. Like, this is a serial killer in fucking, in their little chrysalis before they like sprout into a fucking butterfly of butchery.
Yes.
This dude needs to be put on a watch list if they're not already, along with me, of course.
Kind of jealousy kind of feeling. But I didn't really understand that. And so for a long time, I was coping with these feelings with jumping into relationships. I had many failed relationships with women because I didn't want to be with the women. I wanted to be the women. And little did I know I was already a woman. I just didn't know it yet.
That is so weird. So basically, transitioning is like the last option for failed fucking serial monogamists. You can't keep a lady, and then it's like, I can't keep a lady because I am a lady. Thus negating the whole thing of lesbianism and stuff. It's like, if you were a real woman, and if you're a real woman, then your problem, I don't know, man. I don't fucking get it. I mean, my failure with women has always been a lack of self-esteem, a lack of self-worth. Like a fundamental diminishment of my own self-worth in the face of beauty and loveliness, or perceived beauty and perceived loveliness, but I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
So yeah, that was kind of my experience coming to terms with being transgender. Now, I do want to tell you, I was identifying as non-binary for like 5 years or so before my transition, and I still actually do identify as non-binary. It's a little weird for me. I identify as a non-binary woman. I feel like I relate quite well to the agender spectrum in certain ways.
Non-binary woman. Really? You realize you've just fucking locked yourself in a fucking logic paradox right there. That's so weird.
I don't feel gender as a primary thing. It feels a little bit secondary to me. And so for that reason...
yeah, like every fucking normal human being. We don't feel our gender every moment of the day. For fuck's sake, we feel our brains ticking and our hearts beating and our emotions clicking, you know. For goodness sake. Like this whole like what do I feel like today? Let me think. Let me rack my brain and see what fucking inanimate object I relate to on this weird fucking gender spectrum type thing that we've imagined into reality.
I feel at all times at least a little bit slightly detached from gender in a whole, as a whole. It's just that the only parts of gender that I relate to or that I care about are femininity. So like, I don't know, I don't really like labels all that much to begin with. It's just that like, I do feel like a woman. It's something that I have struggled with a lot in my transition. At first, I just identified as a trans femme when I initially got on HRT. At this point, I do feel like I accept and recognize myself as a woman, but I do also accept and recognize that I identify with the non-binary agender spectrum as well. So I don't know, make of that what you will. But yeah, I wanted to talk about my experiences in transition. That was kind of, you know, the story leading up to it or whatever, is a friend coming out, me learning more about trans people and, you know, the experiences they were going through and how they were, you know, how HRT actually affects people and stuff like that. A lot of that was news to me. Like the only representation I can remember growing up is like watching Murray or Dr. Phil. And unfortunately, you know, the stigma against transgender individuals has been really, really powerful for a long time, and it forced a lot of people into poverty, it forced people into a lot of unfortunate circumstances out, basically forced people to be outcast in society, and then they would parade them on stage and laugh at people and stuff like that. It was really, really a horrendous thing that they were doing, like in the 90s and stuff. It's really distasteful, and it's sad that people thought it was funny and entertaining and stuff like that, but that was just kind of the cruel world that I grew up in. But yeah, anyway, I wanted to talk about my experiences with transition because I didn't have that growing up. I didn't understand anything, and I just want to add my voice to the pile. I know there are other people that make videos about being transgender, about their transition, about how they feel and things are going through and stuff like that. So I know I'm not the only one, but I feel like we're coming from an extreme lack of representation. So there's almost no way that we can have too much representation. You know what I mean? Like the more representation, the better, because there are still a lot of people that are incredibly ignorant about transgender people. And, you know, someone could see the video and they could all of a sudden realize that, you know, they're relating to me and stuff like that. You know, that could happen. And I'm not saying that it will happen because I'm not so arrogant to think that I'm going to change people's lives. But I do know that people see my daily posts, you know, like on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads and stuff like that. And they tell me that it's inspiring and it brings them hope and that I come off as optimistic and confident. So I just want to share that with you guys and that positive energy and optimism. And I want to talk about my experiences so that we can all, I don't know, it's just kind of cathartic, don't you think? So anyway, when I was thinking about this video, I had no idea how I wanted to approach this or how I wanted to, you know, go through the different topics. And I was just writing down bullet points of thoughts. And I felt like this is not going to work. It needs to be a little more organized than that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break up my first year into 3 parts, like 120-day sections. And then I'm going to talk about those sections, my experiences and my thoughts and feelings during those time periods, and various things and stuff that I want to talk about that relate to those time periods. So we're going to start out by talking about the first 120 days. That's going to be the first section that we talk about, which is right now. So the first 120 days for me were really intense, I'm not going to lie. Leading up to HRT, like especially the month leading up to it, I was feeling a lot of very negative feelings about myself, about my life. I was very depressed. I was very much at my wit's end. And so when I started HRT, I was hoping for something. I was hoping for a change, for something to be different, because I had felt like I had tried everything in my life. Before starting HRT, I listened to a lot of different people before I listened to myself, and I followed a lot of advice from people on how to live a happy, fulfilled life, and I did a lot of self-help stuff, and I did a lot of studying psychology, and I did a lot of stuff, but none of it really brought me peace or made me feel better about how myself or anything. A lot, I still at the end of the day would go home, be by myself, and feel this intense self-hatred. So that had really worn down on me. And when I was getting ready to start HRT, I was very much in anticipation of what was in store for me. Now, to be clear, I chose patches as my initial method of absorption or whatever. I don't know how you want to say it. Like, there's pills, injections, and patches, and those are the most popular ones. There's also gel as well. That's also popular in certain areas where they're not allowed to get the other methods. But yeah, those are all the various forms that you can get for your estrogen. And I do want to say, I know that there's a lot of people online that kind of just say that injections are the best, and that if you're not doing injections, you're getting cheated, you're not getting best results, whatever. And I want to say very, very clearly, I've been on patches this entire year, and I feel like my progress has been, to me, very impressive. I don't mean that in a braggy sort of way. I just mean that in the sense that, like, if you're worried that being on pills or patches or gel versus injections is going to make a big difference for you, or like if you feel like you're not going to make any progress, I can be testament that that's not true. Now, I also want to be clear that I plan on swapping off of patches because I started having issues with them, which I will talk about later. But primarily for this entire year, I've been using patches very consistently, and they have worked extremely well for me. And honestly, I'm switching more out of a desire for convenience than anything. So I don't want anyone to think I'm swapping off patches because they're like not working well enough or whatever. So anyway, I had my appointment to finally get prescribed HRT, and I got it, and I got in my car, and I immediately put the patch on. And I swear to you, it could have been placebo, but I swear to you, as I was driving home, I could feel something happening. Like where I put the patch on was all tingly, and I just had this weird, bubbly, internal feeling. Now, I'm sure a lot of that had to do with just excitement, just being excited to finally be at that moment in my life. But also, like, I feel like I started to notice a difference in my experience of myself very quickly. Like, I know that
I feel like that happened. What are your feelings anyway? I mean, are feelings just recontextualizations of memories? Like this thought-feeling binary is so weird. It's like this anti-intellectualism. Because you think your feelings, don't you? And you kind of feel your thoughts. So, why do these people admit that they have thoughts, that they think? I think that it's this and that. But because it's almost like feelings have more supremacy in like legitimacy than a thought, because a thought can be de-extracted, can be delegitimized, but a feeling is pure and real and intentional.
I was talking about this on day 3 because I just looked at my videos on my TikTok recently. On like day 3, 4, and 5, like I'm pretty sure I was already talking about that. I felt a very distinct mental clarity. I felt calm and peace and tranquility in a way that I had not experienced before. Over the first 120 days, what I had realized and what I would come to realize and have to realize is that the first 120 days before starting HRT, I was incredibly miserable. The dysphoria was so intense.
See, that's really weird because, yeah, the time when I finally accepted myself for what I am, it really was a really amazing change, and it's kind of been up and down, bumpy and shit as well since then. But at the same time, my physicalness is so much better. My sleep patterns are so much better. Apart from my fucking circadian rhythm being completely off the moment. But, you know, like, and I never did HRT. I never did any of these things. I just fully accepted myself as what I am. And yeah, the fact that these people are being deluded into thinking that the only way they will be able to accept a reality when they exist is by being what they are not. You know, that's really, really fucking dangerous. And thus this guy is on the pipeline, the estrogen pipeline, for the rest of his life, or until he can't fucking afford it anymore. You know? And this guy, this woman clearly isn't getting fucking, she isn't getting fucking dicked or whatever she wants to, or whatever sexual proclivity she's into.
That it was everything. It was all around me. It was my entire life. It was how I looked. It's how I sounded. It's how I presented. It's how people viewed me. It was everything. Dysphoria was all consuming, and to the point where I wasn't able to pinpoint a specific thing about me or about my life or about my experience with people that were causing me pain and frustration and sorrow. It's just that like life itself almost felt painful. But once I started HRT, it's like that general feeling of suffering eased up a ton, and the dysphoria went from being this broad, general, bad feeling to being like more specific, being about like how I looked or how I presented and dressed or whatever, like my facial hair, for example.
So she went from like an overall sense of nihilism to like, oh, I'm a fingernails beautiful and my mana. Yeah. I don't know, nigga could have just fucking found God, could have joined a cult, with it, but you know what I mean, like, this fallacy that like transition is gonna fix things and bring like overall consistency and clarity to your reality. And once it's happened, then you're constantly fighting against reality to maintain your identity.
So, like, within the first month, I was already realizing that, like, oh, wow, I'm feeling a lot better internally, but I'm also noticing a lot of things externally that I have a big desire to change. And that's why very early on in my transition, I sought out laser hair removal. I'm incredibly hairy naturally. I'm Italian and German, and I'm just my family in general, a lot of very hairy people.
Of course you're German. That's why you believe in 111 pronouns or whatever. And it's like, I thought it's like, oh, I recognize all these external things like government structures and, you know, systematic oppression, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I'm too hairy. I'm too hairy to be a woman. Fuck, you haven't dated a Greek girl, have you, mate?
No, I am no exception to that. Definitely a very hairy individual, and so I sought out laser hair removal. Now, at first, I was doing at-home IPL, which is something that I've seen a lot of people advertise on social media. It became very trendy not too long ago. But I have to admit, if it works for you, it works pretty well. Now, I have to be very clear. IPL only worked really well on my arms and my legs. It actually did almost nothing to my chest and my stomach area and my face. So I don't know why. I don't understand why. I've always noticed that like during the summer, my arm hair and my leg hair lightens a lot. It gets like very light, like almost blonde. But then during the winter, it gets very dark. So I don't know if my hair on my arms and legs is just like photosensitive and responds very quickly to the light pulses from the IPL. I just have no idea. But I did have very, very good effects from IPL on my arms and legs. But because I was not getting the effect that I wanted on my face, I decided to try to go for actual professional laser hair removal. Now, what's really, really cool about the laser hair removal is that my friend that I mentioned earlier, who started transitioning before me, she had not, I think we're on like section 7 at this point, 6 or 7 or so, to get your full round treatment for laser hair. And I have to say that professional laser did well for me. Now, I
trans-industrial fucking pipeline complex. You know, your HRT, your fucking nut cutters, your fucking IPL, your laser fucking hair removal, your fucking plastic surgery, cosmetic surgery, your lady men fashion. Goodness sake, man. This is so tragic.
I still do have facial hair. I still have to shave every day. And I'm still sort of in this cycle of getting laser, having the hair fall out, having some of it regrow, and then getting laser again. So after maybe 8 to 10 sessions or so, I should be at a point where the hair is very minimal. But I do expect that I will probably still have some regrowth and still have a little bit of hair that I will not be able to deal with laser. It's unfortunate. I hear a lot of people talk about laser as if it's going to get rid of all of your hair forever. That's simply not true. If you have hormonal changes, it just over time, follicles can regenerate and come back and regrow. And so your best bet is to, if you want complete hair removal on your face,
shave, wax, grow your beard out and then fucking wax the cunt. I don't know. Yeah.
to get laser and then get electrolysis for the remaining hairs that aren't killed off essentially by the laser. And then later down the road, if you get a little bit of regrowth, you can choose whether to laser that off or get electrolysis. But even electrolysis is not necessarily 100% permanent hair removal. So other than laser hair removal though, for the first 120 days, I didn't change a lot about myself. I did start to change a little bit about how I dressed, but for the most part, I was boy moding, quote unquote, boy moding, you know, as people say. So I was not going out in public and presenting.
Boy moding? Weird. And that's the weird thing is, you listen to any actual gender therapist, they say, look, I thought this was fundamental. You transition socially in the way you wear, in the way you present, in the way you dress. Before you get your fucking, you know, poison injected inside of you. Yeah, this is so twisted. And look, no shade on this person. But yeah, like they are fucking mind virus hard.
Authentically, I was still quite unhappy with my presentation and how I felt about myself, and every day sort of just felt a little bit like a waste of a day. I hate to say it, but during the first 120 days, you want to start seeing changes, you want to start seeing the results, and it just takes time. HRT takes a lot of time. It's not a linear process, and oftentimes it takes the body.
It's not a linear process. And I mean, to be honest, this woman looks like a dude in makeup. Sounds like one. Jag kan inte säga. Jag kan inte säga.
Body a while to adjust to the new hormone profile, to then start changing things. I have blood work and labs done every 3 months, and I have an HRT appointment with my doctor, or talk about how things are going, talk about dosages, stuff like that, how it's working for me. And I was really surprised to find out that, like, I was really anxious the first 3 months because you start HRT, you don't know what your blood levels are. You have no idea where your hormones are at. You're just kind of guessing at first, really, to be totally honest with you. And I started at a sort of like a, what we would call a half dose of estrogen. And then I also started on what they would call a half dose of Spiro. And what's pretty wacky and wild about it is that when I got my blood work back, I was already within cis female range in terms of hormone levels on my first 3-month lab. Now, blood levels weren't at a great level or anything. I was just above menopause levels, so I was not feeling super great at the end of my cycle. I was probably dipping pretty close to menopause levels, and that was causing some, not so great feelings on my end.
Oh, no words, man. No fucking words.
But both my doctor and I were very surprised that on the low dose that I was on, I was already getting that much mileage out of it. When it comes to...
Maybe you're just a fucking low T man, homie. I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Injections, patches, and gels. The absorption rate varies from person to person because you are bypassing the liver and you are trying to absorb through a different medium, either through, injecting into a muscle or by absorbing through the skin. It just turns out for me that I absorb very well through the skin. That's a blessing and a curse because I always had extremely sensitive skin to like chemicals and all sorts of stuff like that. So that was the first 120 days in a nutshell, was just waiting. It just felt like a big waiting game. And I sort of hate that I felt like that a little bit. It took me a while to find the courage to start experimenting with stuff and to start experimenting with makeup and stuff like that because I had a lot of internalized transphobia. Essentially, doing upbringing in a way that...
See, they should have been doing this before. For goodness sake. That's fucking weird, man. It's so weird. Do you put on your pants before you put on your undies? Do you put on, do you shave your face before you put the shaving cream on?
Feminine clothing and looking at myself in the mirror and just seeing whatever. And that was definitely internalized transphobia on my part. Now, is something that did get better as time went on, but at first was a big fear thing for me. Like I would be in the guys section or whatever, and I would like kind of walk over to the women's section and just get like really scared that someone was gonna like start beating me up or something, yell at me or something like that. Yeah, it was a big issue for me being able to shop for women's clothing or even some hygiene products of any kind, makeup, any of that. It all made me really, really scared.
Shop the thing. Come on. Nobody buys makeup. Do they? Maybe in America you've got no choice because everything's fucking behind bars like a little fucking Latino mass murderer or something. But personally, my thing was no one had taught me how to use makeup, so I didn't know how to. And even now, like, I can't be fucked, eh? I mean, at least I give this dude points for like putting in effort,
approach. So I really didn't start experimenting with presentation all that much until after the first 120 days. Once I knew my blood levels were confidently kind of in the cis female range, I have a friend online, Jess, Jess, if you're watching, I love you. You're amazing. But she encouraged me to experiment more because she's actually very brave and started presenting really early on after turning HRT. And that inspired me. I'm not going to lie. Seeing someone be brave and like try out stuff and get that euphoria, it makes you want to do that stuff too because
Yeah, look, this euphoria thing, I think that's really dangerous because it's conflating being happy with dysphoria. And it's like, if you're happy in yourself, that's euphoria, not just being fucking happy and accepting what you are. So I don't know, like, where this, it's like they almost want to flip the script on it so that it's like gender dysphoria is no longer a part of it, but gender euphoria, when I've got fucking, estrogen in my blood or whatever, or like I look in the mirror and I look pretty, suddenly that's a proof that you're transgender, as opposed to like just a very mentally unwell person who's grasping at straws.
You see them getting happier and smiling and trying new things. It doesn't always work. It doesn't always make you feel amazing. But over time, you learn more about things, about how to groom yourself, about hygiene, about how to take care of your hair, about how to whatever. And over time, you just slowly become more and more authentic and grow into yourself. And it's like this really beautiful glow up to what we'll go through. I love medical transition, and I think hormone therapy is amazing. It's magic. It is really magical, but watching people take the...
It's magical. It's magic thinking, right? It's magical thinking what these people have. It's like something that has been synthesized in a laboratory to fuck with your body. It's magic. And that makes me wonder, like, yeah, where the fuck do all these hormones come from? Where are they harvesting all these hormones from? Is that why there's still a fucking a circumcision industry? I don't know, man. That's fucked up, mate.
The conscious effort to socially transition and go through the process of learning and growing into themselves and going through those awkward phases and just
growing into yourself, because of course they were always a woman to begin with. That's such a weird thing, and yeah. Look, I have some sympathy for these situations because I had to come into myself within an authentic experience. And to be honest, like the first over a year of being recognizing that I wasn't, what I was expected to be. It was really, really fun. Look, can't say there weren't great times, can't say there weren't horrible times, can't say that, my mental acuity and ability to function continuously and, consistently, it was nowhere near where I am now, and that was the period when I thought I was trans, when I thought this and that and the other and blah, 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 and change how I'm perceived and blah, blah. But then at the same time, having to maintain a critical perception of what I was going through. It was really, really, really fucking hard. And I thought there was no end to it. You know, using he, her pronouns, thinking that I'm a male woman, and yet at the same time never giving up my belief and love of women. So never having this truly like fucking misogynistic belief that I could ever be what I'm not, what I'm physically not, you know. And for these people to go, oh, my blood level's that of a female, thus I am a female now. See, I don't think that's how it works. And I mean, you see how these people behave, and they're basically behaving like gay men, as far as I can tell. I don't know, maybe I'm being unkind just because of the voice and stuff. I don't know.
Just the glow up, going off into the moon and beyond, and then people like really, really growing into themselves and learning how to be authentic and feel themselves and find their sense of style and what they love and all that stuff. It's really exciting. So other than like buying some new clothes and stuff like that, pretty much the first thing that I tried was liquid eyeliner. That was like the thing I wanted to learn first, I guess. Now I probably should have started with something a little.
You know, you could have worn eyeliner before you had blood levels of a cis woman. Yeah, it's not internalized transphobia. It's internalized homophobia, darling. You know.
Either like mascara or something like that, but I figured learning makeup is overwhelming or whatever. To me especially, it was extremely overwhelming at first, and so I was like, I'm just gonna break this down into like parts of the face that I'm gonna practice in different periods of time. So I started with the eyes. I was like, I'm gonna learn how to do liquid eyeliner, I'm gonna learn how to do the waterline, I'm gonna learn how to do mascara, and yeah, we'll see how I do with that. And then over time I grew more confident, and it was pretty intense. Starting with liquid eyeliner was certainly a choice, and for about a month, I think, I was wearing liquid eyeliner like every day. Nowadays, I almost never wear liquid eyeliner because I spend my time getting ready doing like I do my waterline, I do my mascara, and then I do concealer, and I also color correct for the shadow that I have left. But that takes me enough time already, and as much as I love how.
So this is about vanity, isn't it? It's about feeling pretty. And is that really what you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. And clearly this is a very faddish type thing, because as they said, you know, I did this and now I do this and then I'll do this and maybe tomorrow I'll do this. You know. Let's fucking skip forward.
That's my transition. No, I'm not saying that to throw a pity party or anything. It was mutual on both ends. We sort of just drifted apart in terms of attraction. And stuff like that, but it was something that made me doubt whether to start a journey in the first place. And what I have since realized is that it's okay that the relationship ended, because now I'm friends with that person, and I'm not even really attracted to women all that much anymore anyway. So rather than viewing it like a relationship ending and becoming a...
Yeah, because you've got no more testosterone. Or less, or whatever. Fuck. Just get your nuts cut off, mate.
something worse or whatever, degrading into a friendship or whatever. I like to think of it that our relationship evolved into a friendship. And also, like, I've lost friends. I've lost people in my life that no longer want to associate with me because of me choosing to transition. And honestly, good riddance to them. If they don't like me as I am authentically, then they're not the kind of person that I want in my life. You know, I feel like that makes a lot of sense. So one other thing I wanted to talk about before we get out of here is that my sexuality actually changed quite heavily throughout the course of me studying HRT and stuff. Now, as I mentioned previously, I was confusing gender envy and attraction for a really long time. So I thought that although I identified as pansexual, I was primarily attracted to feminine present.
Of course he identified as pansexual. And it's like, you ask a gay person, do you identify as gay? Do you identify as homosexual? And it's like, am I not homosexual? Am I not gay? Is this just something that I can identify with? You know? This shit is as far from type as possible, right?
Individuals of either gender. So femboys, women, feminine presenting individuals, trans women. I thought all of them were incredibly beautiful, amazing, and I thought I was attracted to them. Well, as it turned out, that was envy, not attraction. And once I started HRT and started to feel confident in my gender presentation, I started to realize that my preference was shifting. And now I actually realize that I'm attracted to masculine people of any gender. So masculine, muscle mommy women, that stuff gets me at a deep level. Let me just tell you what. And then also, like, I really am into guys, and
So basically, like, you had to take hormone, you had to take estrogen to accept that you're gay. And thus now not being a man, you're not gay. Go figure. And that is so dodgy, saying that my attraction towards women was always just envy. And now that I'm a real woman, fuck those sluts or whatever. Jeez Louise.
I gotta tell you, I was incredibly closeted about my feelings towards guys before starting HRT. Like, I had many relationships with women, but I hadn't dated a single guy before starting transition. The most that I ever had were like sort of like hookup like experiences with guys in the past, and that's basically all I've ever experienced before HRT. So that's just something that's really interesting to me. That something like that, my perspective on it has changed so much over the course of this past year.
So, yeah, wow. Yeah. Fuck.
Now, there's like two more things that I want to bring up. So we are nearing the end of the list, but I want to mention that, like, starting HRT, starting my transition, and all that other stuff, it feels like I opened up a critical period, and I feel like that's important to mention because I know that people probably feel like it's a critical period, but I don't see anyone really mention this. Like, if there are certain habits that you're unhappy with, or there's like certain lifestyle changes that you want to make, when you're starting HRT or starting transition, that is a fantastic time to try to do some of those changes, because for me at least.
Well, how about you do them beforehand, mate, and sit and work out whether you actually need to do HRT. Puppy poo. Puppy poo. Oh.
Especially for me, I felt like my routines, my habits, everything was sort of disrupted, and I was in this critical period of trying to formulate or form new habits and routines that felt gender affirming or appropriate to how I want to live my life. And actually,
so this authenticity thing of like living your authentic life, it's a fallacy. It's a lie. Your authenticity is living authentically as you perceive a woman to live, which is the antithesis of authenticity, isn't it? You know, not, you know, this whole fucking internal thing. It's like, it's bullshit, isn't it? If you were actually living your authentic life, then you would know these things, right? You would know what makes you happy. You wouldn't be obsessed with affirmation and blah blah blah. It's like, darling, you know what makes you. If you were in tune with your real internal woman, femininity or whatever, you would know what makes you happy. You wouldn't be constantly going, is this going to affirm who I am now? And blah, blah, blah. You know?
One thing that I was able to accomplish is quit nicotine. I was vaping nicotine extremely heavily for like years and years and years before starting transition. But when I realized that nicotine was going to affect, you know, the ability for HRT to do its thing, I realized, like, I can't continue this habit. I need to quit this.
I need to get off HRT right now. Fuck this shit. Fuck being a woman. I'm fucking blue clouds.
For myself, to make sure that I'm doing everything I can for myself to be happy in the future. And I gotta say, that was one of the best decisions I've made for myself. I do not miss nicotine. I am extremely thankful that I quit, and I'm sure that that's part of the reason why I feel so much better today in general.
It's new Puritanism. It's a fucking new Puritanism. Hi, Misha. You guys? You know, new Puritanism. It's like these queers, as they like to call themselves, or at least used to, they become the new normal. They've reappropriated alternative culture, but then they fucking start deleting all the fucking things, part of it, and then going, I'm so much better now. You know? As I say, if Trump's fucking around by the time the election's on, they're all going to love him. All the networks are going to be on his side. They always were, of course. Maybe that's a misplaced prediction, but that's the sense I get. You know, fucking rats dumping off a sinking ship.
Is that I'm not constantly sucking on a vape. Now, of course, I'm not tossing any shade on anyone that's like vaping or use nicotine or whatever. I don't mean that to toss shade on anyone. It's just, it's a habit that I didn't want for myself, and it was something that I felt kind of stuck with. Transition kind of gave me the opportunity to open up a critical.
It's talking a lot about critical fucking bullshit, but it's like, yeah, I just wanted to replace a really toxic habit with another really toxic habit.
Period where it was a little bit easier for me to get out from under that habit. So the last thing that I want to talk about are changes I did not expect, things that I did not expect to change that did change. That I was like, it's like, what is happening? Like, I was really surprised. So first of all, I lost an inch off of my height, and I lost like about a shoe size or so off of my foot size. Now, a lot of people say that that can't happen, or that it won't happen, or that it shouldn't happen, or that it can't happen, or whatever. And I don't know. I mean, your mileage may vary is kind of one of those things that people say about hormone therapy a lot, because everyone responds differently to it, and you know, it's just, we don't have enough data on it to really know certain things for sure.
We don't have enough data on it. So you're basically admitting that you're a fucking science freak fucking lab experiment. You know. And people don't know how they're gonna fucking age with this stuff. I don't know, man. Isn't that right, Larry? Isn't that right? They're really moving in dangerous fucking spaces, aren't they? So what's this fucking dude gonna talk about?
Or about how they change and stuff with HRT, but I certainly got a little bit shorter and my shoe size certainly got smaller. And that was not something that I was expecting to happen. That's pretty gender affirming for me. One of those other things that really surprised me was body odor and like sweatiness and stuff changing. Like I heard that it would change, but like it's a night and day difference. I used to feel like 80-degree weather before was unbearable, but my temperature tolerance has changed by like 20 degrees. I used to think 60 degrees, 50 degrees, perfect weather. Now I feel like 60 to 70 to 80 degrees is like a pretty good zone to be in. So it's weird. I used to prefer colder weather. I used to sweat a lot at night when I was trying to sleep and stuff like that. And I don't have any of those issues anymore. Body odor wise, changed very dramatically. That was actually one of the first things I noticed was that like sweat production and body odor started to change very quickly on HRT. Also, your hormonal profile affects things like your sensitivity to smells and stuff like that. Like I am extremely sensitive to smells compared to pre-transition, and that's been something that's been a really interesting change. Is that now I feel like I smell literally everything. And it's wild because like guys are extremely stinky sometimes, and like I don't think I would have necessarily noticed before because I've even said to people like, "Oh my god, that guy kind of stinks today. He needs to wear more deodorant or whatever." And they'll look at me and I'll be like, "Really? I don't smell anything." And it's like, "Oh, okay. I guess I've noticed."
Maybe you're more sensitive to your own odors now, darling. Possibly, I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Things that other people aren't even noticing. But that's not the only thing that I've noticed in terms of sensitivity. I feel like I'm actually more sensitive to light with my eyes. And I've read things that like estrogen lightens the color of your eyes. And I don't know if you know this, but darker color eyes are less sensitive to light than lighter color eyes. And I've noticed this driving around in the summer that I need sunglasses now. I didn't need them before. They were just for looks or whatever. But now if I wear sunglasses, it's like I'm just like driving down the road with my eyes barely open. And there are many more things, many small things that I've noticed in my transition that people don't really talk about online because they're not the big, flashy, exciting changes that everyone wants to talk about that people are, looking for like breast growth or body fat redistribution or anything like that. Yeah, that's me talking about my first year transition. It has been well over an hour recording. I apologize if this is an extremely long video. I'm going to try to edit it and cut out as much as I can, obviously cut out all the mistakes and stuff, but I'll try to trim a little here and there to make it a little more concise. But still, this might end up being a pretty long video. If you watched all the way through this, thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you want to give my channel a follow or subscribe or a like or whatever, again, I normally post political content, talking about news and politics and stuff like that. But if you're interested in talking about transition stuff or just talking about transgender experiences or anything like that, then, just let me know. I would be possibly interested in making more content about my transition, about being transgender and stuff like that. I feel like representation is important to me. It's something I want to do. And that's why I'm here on social media in the first place, like posting my daily photos on my Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, as well as doing my Wednesday, Saturday show where I talk about news and politics from a progressive point of view. But yes, this is a very big channel. I am working my way towards my first 100 subscribers. So if you want to be a part of that, I really would appreciate you subscribing to the channel. I would just ask that if you're going to subscribe, if you don't feel like you want to watch news and politics stuff, don't subscribe. If you're only going to subscribe to watch transition related stuff, that is not going to be the mainstay on this channel. But if you are interested in news and politics and you want to support that.
Yeah, no, don't.
Hello there, and welcome to this video. If you click on this, then you're probably wondering why I'm here, why I'm talking, and
yeah, wow. This guy's a fucking nutcase. The DNC is going to be lit. Tim Walz is giga-based. Who is the Democratic VP going to be? Biden takes on Supreme Court reform as his presidency nears its. Kamala Harris makes statement on Gaza, I will not be silent. Governor Gavin Newsom orders local officials to take action now. Blah, 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 blah.
Welcome to this video. My name is Leon. I'm a new YouTuber. I've been doing Wednesday and Saturday shows where I talk about the big news, cultural trends, whatever's going on, all from a progressive point of view. So if you're interested in that, welcome to the show. So my last show was actually super long, and I wanted to mention I was actually surprised that people watched it and enjoyed it, and some people watched the whole thing. If you're interested in long-form content like that, like if you're okay with my videos being kind of long, rambly, and full of stuff, then let me know if that's something you're interested in. Like put that in the comments or whatever. But I am going to try to keep today a bit shorter than my last show. We do have a lot to cover, but I'm just going to try to not stick on one thing for too long. That way we can kind of move through this stuff and I can make my points and we can talk about stuff. Today's going to be all about post debate, kind of talking about polling. We're going to talk about undecided voters. We're going to
who the fuck is funding this person? Where, it's interesting, where the fuck do these people come from? I don't know. Gee Louise. I need to have a lie down.
Kamala finally sat down the leftiest of leftiest.
A bit of
Thunberg is now once again stepped up to say that she is against Israel and that it is directly linked to the climate change crisis. Ben Shapiro reacts to her video where she makes the statement. Have a watch.
And the left does hold a brief for terrorism that ranges, among all the left's greatest stars. Greta Thunberg, who I can imagine as much as I want, is no longer the HAT, so she can't tie the adults. She's not one of us. Well, as an adult, Greta, you might at some point want to read a book. The fact that Greta Thunberg was ever put out there as some sort of moral exemplar is absolutely beyond me, and she demonstrates her absolute intellectual inferiority every time she opens her dumb mouth. Here she was calling for a Palestinian boycott against Chevron. This is gonna work.
The oil giant is also fueling Israel's genocide in Palestine.
Genocide in Palestine. And she's bringing terrorists to be, of course.
Energy from two Israeli claimed gas fields in the Mediterranean.
Israeli claims Israel fracks them. Israel drilled those fields.
It's a climate justice issue. Israel is destroying Palestinian lives, but also destroying Palestinian lands and resources through its warfare and industries that pollute and destroy the environment. We can't stand by and do nothing.
Okay, we don't need to listen more of this video. And it's incredible that anyone ever pretended this person had any level of moral authority whatsoever. It remains an astonishing thing.
Oh boy. Let's understand why it is that people often who are in certain political wings and camps end up against Israel. What's happened is they created this paradigm of looking at the world through the lens of the oppressors and the oppressed. And anyone that's in the oppressed camp has virtue and you forgive and understand and justify whatever they do. And anyone who is an oppressor, you basically shame them for whatever they do. And nothing they do, no matter how virtuous it may be, can be justified. Does that make sense? Sounds familiar with regard to Israel-Arab conflict. Of course, Israel, in many ways, is the oppressed. If you zoom out a little bit and you see the region that Israel is surrounded by, Arab and Muslim countries who have willed the destruction for many decades. But if you frame it through that lens of zooming into Israel versus the Arabs in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza, then you'll try and frame it in that way where it's really Israel doing all these things. Of course, the big thing that's missed out is that the Arabs and what's happened to them, whether it's Israel's presence in Judea and Samaria, where they don't have the same political rights, because they're under the Palestinian Authority, or what's happening in Gaza, all these things, the problems are self-inflicted. And they're done so in order to try and create this victim status, in order to get the world sympathy. And they're part of the Arab nation, which is 100 times bigger than the Jewish people, the people of Israel. But that's what they do. They created this narrative that Israel is the oppressor, and it flows into their same view of looking at climate issues, looking at issues of how dare you, perhaps excusing all sorts of crime because they're saying that the poverty and oppressed versus oppressed, the oppressed capitalist system of all these things. But this philosophy is so how dare you, how dare you is it's so many other elements of life. Sometimes people who, yes, you should take into account who does dare you. How dare you, squeaky cats? How dare you? There can be people who do have more power than others that are more moral and are in the rights. That's what mentality is. That justice should be blind and that the judge should not favour the poor over the rich or the rich over the poor. We do believe that God himself takes into account people's suffering and people's challenges when judging them. But when it comes down to human beings and human justice institutions and all these kind of things, it's not our place to be doing that. And anyway, as I say, their perception of who is oppressed and oppressor is in and of itself skewed. But the main point is that it's not even appropriate to live in the world in such simple terms. I think one of the reasons also why you have people who have these philosophies have such hostility to Jews is because Jews say, even if we've been oppressed and downtrodden, we're not going to dwell on that. We're going to rise up and not be victims. We're going to be a victor. We're going to survive. We're going to thrive. That's the story of Israel. That's the story of the Jewish people. And it lies in the face of narratives of people like Rosa who say that people should dwell in their victim, that they should perpetuate it, and they should just constantly capitalize on it, rather than actually try to rise up. Instead, say no, we forever need to be correcting a system and constantly talking about intergenerational trauma and systemic problems and all these things. Instead of actually saying, okay, we're in the situation we're in, how now can we try to improve the lives of everyone and try to correct societal problems, not by reinforcing the problems of the past, but trying to move forward and rise up. That's Israel's story, out of the ashes of Holocaust and also the expulsion of Jews from Arab countries in 1948. The Jewish people created a thriving, wealthy, first world country. It's amazing. And that's the story of Jewish history, despite us being human numbers scattered all over the world, intensely persecuted for most of our history. We survived, contributed as the most leading voice in the human conversation of ideas, particularly around ethics and morality. And that's another reason we're not going to take any lectures from people on morality and ethics, particularly in war. We taught the world about the value of human people and ideal, of world peace and ideal. That was the Jewish people who first articulated that vision with Isaiah, nation shall sword against nation. But I think this is why Judaism, Jewish people can often be something that people in Greta's camp can be hostile to. But we just need to educate them. We just need to explain the virtue of Israel, of Jewish principles and Jewish ethics. Now, if you've made it to the end of this video, I have a favour to ask of you. The fact that you're still watching means that you engage with the content, that you like it, you appreciate it. It is growing really significantly, particularly in the last year. I want to take JTV to the next level, but in order to do that, we need to fundraise. Now, I'm not necessarily asking you particularly to donate unless you're able to, but what I want to do is I want to engage with JTV followers, our audience, and have a conversation with them, with you, if you're watching this, to talk about if you'd be able to be involved in a fundraising day. Well, what I want to do is build JTV content to have more presenters like me having daily shows, start doing documentary content, supplementary content, vox pops, a whole host of things that other competitors in the non-Jewish world, the anti-Israel world, do. In order to do that, we need to have funds, and I'm looking to do a fundraising day in order to build JTV and scale it so we can grow at a much faster rate and have a far greater impact than we're already having. So if you're able to do that, you go onto the video description in this video and go to the.
I guess that's the difference between me and mainstream. Is I've always wanted to be a cult figure. I've always wanted to be, you know, countercultural or something. Latino is queer washing historical figures.
Welcome to the Panic Button Media. I'm Jesse.
Don't really like these ones.
And today, Lily Pino with Ed. See how she started doing all my long pictures? Yeah, Lily Pino has never stopped. He says again, he's trying to queer, buddy. Yeah, but the comments are really funny. Okay, so you didn't read comments. You just kind of, you gave us the video, didn't you? I haven't.
Did you know?
See what this weird dude's got to say.
Itself was smaller than a twin size. Smaller than a twin size. And you could say that it's just two friends sharing a bed for 18 months. How where he says that Lincoln's eyes, after the two parted of his life, Joshua Speed. On the very first day they met, Lincoln moved in and started sharing a bed with Speed. To be clear, Lincoln was a lawyer at this point. He had enough money to buy his own room. But for 4 years, he shared one with Joshua Speed. That is, until Speed introduced Lincoln to Mary Todd, his soon-to-be wife. This is when things get interesting. Now, Mary Todd was a social debutante, a high-class person who would look good for Lincoln's marriage. So Lincoln begins to court who would look good for Lincoln's marriage. So Lincoln begins to court Mary Todd. However, this makes Speed jealous. And in the letters between Speed and Lincoln, you can see that the courtship put a strain on their relationship. Speed's jealousy even led Lincoln to temporarily break up with Mary Todd. But life happens, and Speed eventually had to move back to his family estate after his father's.
This Muppet has got a t-shirt on that says, "Divorce your Republican husband."
And when Speed got married to a woman back home, Lincoln wrote him a letter saying how he was afraid to be forgotten forever. And signed that letter, "Yours forever, Lincoln." Now, there's a lot more evidence of Lincoln being queer. His historian said he had a lavender streak.
God damn, you just keep going on and on. First of all, crack white strips, okay? So teeth are tragic.
Which is forget. And one of his later male partners was sleeping in bed with Lincoln anytime Mary Todd wasn't around. The documentary Lover of Men goes deep into all of this. Ultimately, Lincoln's queerness does not change his greatness as a leader. Lincoln did incredible things for America when being queer.
So wait a sec. He's wearing a "Divorce Your Republican Husband" shirt, and at the same time trying to call like one of the greatest Republican presidents of your history. Hey Sal. Look, I guess so.
prefer the Old Testament to the New one. I mean,
I think he's a woman, so there's no way I could believe anything else that he would say because he's already lying.
I hate that they use the word queer like they do people in general these days to cover up what maybe bisexuality, homosexual tendencies, things like that. I hate that you use queer as a label because if anything, it sounds like was bi-curious, bi-aspect, which is fine. We talked about it before, and furthermore, there is proof to say that just because they shared a bed doesn't mean they slept with each other. It was very common for women to share with men, like
tops and tails, right? If you pay, that's about all it gets to.
in small houses. Small houses. You don't have a lot of beds.
You know, there's a lot of men that go to bathhouses that are hot tubs, balls out, dick out, in front of their friends. So I would have to say that that's gay, but they don't say that that's gay. They think that's a straight guy thing.
They don't call it expressing.
Right. So does that mean that every guy who goes to a bathhouse is queer?
Yes.
Well, no. Based on this, based on what you're saying about Abraham Lincoln, queer. He'd be bi, if anything. Or yes, or he'd be using a woman as a beard, he'd be a gay man using a woman as a beard.
Right. The people like him, Nick, because Lily's name is Nick. People like him, they want to queer watch everything. Makes them feel better about themselves to call people queer.
So bizarre.
But that's also the cue. Nobody really talks about.
Well, yeah.
Lesbian, gays, bisexuals. It's always the Q. Or trans. It's always, that's like top tier, the Q. You're queer, you're trans, you're above the lesbians, gays, bisexuals. Nobody talks about that anymore. When is the last time you heard someone come out as gay, lesbian, bisexual? Yeah. Why? Because they all come out as queer, which is just retard woke talk for I want to look special.
Yeah, right. Because I told you this, and I'll say it for the